The other thing I want to share with you guys real quick before we get started. In Learn, Test, Pass, I have a folder. Did we get in? Did everybody get in Learn, Test, Pass? See head bobs? Okay. So in Learn, Test, Pass, I have created a folder. You can see it down here at the very bottom left called Campbell. And right now, that's ours. And right now in Campbell, I have our PowerPoints. So I have every PowerPoint that we're going to go through in this class. And I put them in order that I'm going in this class. So if you're trying to follow along and review, you got the recording, you got the PowerPoints. I'm not in order of the syllabus. I'm not in order of, you see the sections over here on the left. I'm not in that order because I just really wanted to do the math tonight. So PowerPoints are in order, Learn, Test, Pass. And like we said last night, I promise I'll eventually get to everything. What questions do I have about anything that we talked about last night? Any thoughts or aha moments or anything?
I have a weird screen here. I can't see anything. It's like you're all squished in one little area. Does anybody know how to make it full screen?
So if you go to near the top of your, you should be able to either click on view if you see view, but you might, if you see like a little box, you might see like a green arrow that you can click to make us big. Everybody's device is different, so this was what makes it fun. Or and I don't know what you guys see on your end.
I got it.
Did you get it? Okay, good. That's part of the fun of Zoom. You know, we're all on a different device. We're all on a different internet speed, a different provider, all sorts of things. I do know Zoom and Chromebooks don't jive because Zoom works off of Microsoft and Chromebook is Chrome. So that's one lesson we learned pretty early. I used to have a Chromebook until I had to go on Zoom and had to get another laptop. So, so that's that. We got that, and that. So we're doing our big settlement statement, closing disclosure tonight. So we're going to talk about a few things before we actually jump in and do one. So this section, again, technically it's section 6, but we're kind of jumping around. So we're still in chapter 14, page 486. It's kind of where we're picking up tonight. My digital people, you want to look for the settlement statement section. So if you're following along on the digital, we're going to start there. In this section, we are going to define some basic closing disclosure terminology. We're going to talk about debits and credits and that kind of stuff. We are going to talk about prorations, figure out who owes whom for prorations. And then, of course, when it's all said and done, we're going to calculate these closing disclosures. So that's going to be the majority of our night tonight. We won't be all night on this, but it's going to take up most of our time. So let's first would just start defining some words, just some basic terminology. A debit is a charge against a party. A debit is money going out. So if somebody's going to have a debit, key words that we're looking for here are like fee, to be charged, to pay, will pay at settlement. The opposite of a debit then is a credit. And a credit is money coming in on your behalf. Maybe you're being reimbursed. The good news is we're only dealing with debits and credits. Buyer has debits and credits, seller has debits and credits. You guys got our little cheat sheet last night, the who owes whom for what. Again, you can use that up until the test is released next Thursday. I cannot let you have that for the test, but I think it's good to have on hand for practice and to help you get familiar with things that are typically debits to the buyer, credits to the buyer, debits to the seller, and credits to the seller. So let's talk about prorations. First off, what is it? Well, a proration is just resolving, is just settling any financial differences between buyer and seller. Think of the settlement. The whole idea of settlement is to finalize or settle everything between buyer and seller. So we want all that worked out today. We don't want them to have to rely on each other for anything after that. And what we do when we prorate is we're just going to take what would be considered a shared expense and make it fair. So if you were buying my house today, just pretend you bought my house today. Is it fair for you to pay the whole year's taxes? No, you only had it for the month of December, right? Is it fair for me to have to pay the whole year's taxes? No, because I only owned it for 11 months. So how do we make it fair? We're going to prorate. In North Carolina, when we prorate, we're always going to consider the seller responsible for the day of closing. So the seller is responsible for paying today's taxes. The seller is responsible for paying today's HOA dues. The seller will get to keep today's rent. And we'll talk about the various things that will prorate and how that looks. Please make a note. The seller is responsible for the day of closing when we're prorating between the buyer and the seller. We're going to see some other buyer charges where, for example, they may have to pay interest today at settlement, but interest is between the buyer and their lender. It's not between the buyer and the seller. Everybody with me? So only when we look at a shared expense between buyer and seller is that's what we're saying the seller is responsible for. I always remember it this way. When we wake up the morning of closing, whenever our alarms go off the morning of closing, the seller still owns the property, don't they? And at some point today, may it be at 8 a.m. or 4 p.m., at some point today, that deed, fingers crossed, is going to change hands. So tomorrow when we wake up, the buyer now owns the property. Of course, we can't call them the buyer now tomorrow, can we? Tomorrow they are the new owner. So the seller gets to pay today because they owned it when our alarms went off this morning. Things that we typically prorate. This year's taxes, 2022 taxes. Remember we said last night, if the seller has any delinquent taxes, if they never pay 2021 taxes, that's all on the seller. The buyer has nothing to do with that. We're also, we have HOA dues. So if the property's in an HOA, HOAs are paid monthly, quarterly, annually, semi-annually, all are different. Your problems, if you come across any HOAs, they're going to have to tell you, is it a monthly fee? Is it an annual fee? They're going to have to let you know. And then the other thing that we're going to prorate between the buyer and the seller is rent. So if the buyer is buying a property with a tenant and a lease in place, they buy honoring that existing lease. And so we're going to prorate this month's rent. Now we'll talk about rent proration. I'm not going to do all the math today. I want to save some fun and kind of stretch it out. So we'll come back later, maybe tomorrow or the first of next week, and kind of revisit proration and particularly rent and how that looks. And then that other there, that's kind of the open-ended, like anything that they're sharing. I think another example that we may see is if the buyer's assuming the seller's loan. That may be another example. That month's interest is something that would need to be prorated. We'll look at that again, not tonight. I don't want to have all the fun tonight, but we'll look at that tomorrow or next week. So a true proration, and a true proration is a debit to one party and a credit to the other for the same amount. Let's pretend that attorneys and settlement statements and closing disclosures don't exist for just a second. Let's put all that aside just for a second. Let's say I owe you money for our shared property taxes this year. And since we don't have attorneys and closing disclosures, I'm just going to pay you money. When it leaves my hand, it's a debit to me, right? It's money coming out of my pocket. When it enters your hand, it's a credit to you. It's money going into your pocket. And the amount of that money stays the same as it changes hands. And that's what we're doing. Somebody owes somebody for their portion of the taxes. Now bring attorneys and closing disclosures and settlement statements back into it. The buyer's not actually handing the seller a check. You know, the seller's not handing the buyer a check. Instead, we're going to hash it out as a debit or credit, debit one party, credit to the other on the settlement statement. But in a sense, that's what we're doing. One party is paying or reimbursing for what they owe. We're also going to talk in just a minute about a double debit. A double debit is not a true proration. If a double debit, the seller is going to pay their fair share of the taxes, and then the buyer is going to pay their fair share of the taxes. Once the attorney has debited both parties, then the attorney is going to send the check to the county for the taxes. So does Forsyth County care where the money comes from? Do they care where the taxes? Not at all, right? They just want to get taxes for 123 Main Street. So we may have a closing later in the year. Again, we'll talk more about that in just a second. I don't know if this is good news or not, but now that we're in post licensing, we no longer get this cushy 30-day month and 360-day year. You guys remember that from pre? Now we actually got to use the actual days of the month and 365 calendar days. For your test next week, once you guys get started, I will put how many days are in each month in the chat, so you have that to reference. I think there's much more important information for you guys to get out of this class than how many days are in March. So I'm going to provide that to you, so you don't want you to stress out about it. You don't have to worry about leap years or, you know, nothing like that. Of course, unless the problem specifically says, but not for your test. So we're not going to stress out about how many days are in each month. Oh, and there it is again. I guess that's an example. I guess that's important. Seller's responsible. An example of a double debit, the seller pays their fair share and the buyer pays their fair share. Both are debited their taxes. And we're going to look at specifics in just a minute. So we got a couple different scenarios, and we're just going to focus on taxes. That's going to be our conversation, because I promise you, you're going to see taxes on your test. So we're going to start talking about that, and then, you know, HOA and rent, we'll bring that up later. There's a couple different scenarios when it comes to prorations. And when it comes to prorations, either the taxes have been paid or they have not been paid as of the date of settlement. It's all about the date of settlement. So let's talk first about how it can look if taxes have been paid by the seller prior to closing. So taxes have been paid. Anytime you guys prorate, I always want you to draw it out. We're going to have pictures. I like pictures. So what we're looking at here is our annual timeline, our annual taxes from the first of the year to the end of the year. And if taxes have been paid, closing has happened after September. How do I know that?
Because they're due by, well, no, wait, never mind, forget, sorry, ignore me.
You're heading there. They're not due by, when does the bill come out? They're
July
due.
1st.
There you go. The bill comes out in August. They don't become due until September. So when the problem tells you that taxes have been paid, we know that it's September 1st or later. I don't know a date yet, but we know it's later. So let's pretend, let's just go to closing today. What the heck? Since Aaron got to go to closing today, we all want to go to closing today. So let's go to closing today. So we draw out our timeline. And what divides the timeline is today, the day of settlement. And with our visual, we can see it's pretty clear now. The seller owns the property, the front part of the year. The buyer owns the property, the latter part of the year. So I drew it out. Taxes have been paid, which means the taxes have been paid for the entire year. This year's taxes are settled. And once you guys draw this out and see your visual, one of the first things I want you to stop and ask yourself is who owes who. If the seller has paid taxes for the whole year, who owes who?
The buyer owes money to the seller.
That's right. The buyer owes the seller. And how that's going to shake out is a credit to the seller, debit to the buyer. It's money going out of the buyer's pocket and into the seller's pocket. Because the seller is responsible for 11:30. That's our closing today. That's our settlement date. Yep.
Sorry, I saw 12:31 and thought that was closing.
No, that's just our timeline. Yep, thank you. So the buyer owes the seller for the period of time this year that they own the property. Who gets to pay taxes today? The seller. That's right. So that means the buyer starts getting to pay taxes tomorrow through the end of the year. So we drew it out. We could see the buyer's responsibility. Buyer's responsibility. We determined that the buyer owes the seller. And now it's pretty easy to see the period of time that the buyer owns the property, right? Because we can see, we know the seller's paying today. The buyer or the new owner starts getting to pay tomorrow. So we're going to look at a credit to the seller, debit to the buyer. Questions so far? The other scenario that we can come right into, the other one, if this one says taxes have been paid, then the other scenario we could run into is taxes have not been paid. Maybe closing is before September, maybe it's not. I got two different scenarios now if taxes have not been paid. If we're prorating it, again, we're going to start with drawing our picture. We're prorating taxes, so our timeline is the first of the year to the end of the year. Now we know if taxes have not been paid, let's just say for this scenario that closing is going to happen, I don't know, in March. So now we got a closing. Let's go to closing on St. Patty's Day. Seller still owns the front part of the year. Buyer owns the latter part of the year. See what we're doing here? We're just taking that information and we're putting it in a visual. So now we know that the taxes have not been paid, which means at some point later in the year, the buyer's going to be responsible for the whole year. So if the buyer's going to be responsible for the whole year, stop and ask yourself, who owes who? No, I venture a guess. Buyer's going to be responsible for them. So now, yep. So now the seller owes the buyer for the period of time that they own the property this year, including the day of settlement. Sometimes with proration math, if you just draw it out, especially with multiple choice, if you just draw it out, you may not even have to ever pick up a calculator. We've already determined that the seller owes the buyer, yes? Who has the bigger responsibility this year? Who's going to owe more? The buyer. The seller only owned it for what? 31 days in January, 28 days in February, and 17 days in March. So just looking at the picture and asking yourself, who owes whom? Remember I said last night, 4 of your problems, 6 math problems total, 4 are the settlement statement, and then you have 2 others standalone. I don't know, maybe look at it before you pick up a calculator, talk it through. Isn't that fun math where you never have to punch in a number? That's the math we like, isn't it? So taxes have not been paid. Seller owes the buyer for the period of time that they own the property. Everybody have this? Okay. The other scenario we might see if taxes have not been paid is our double debit. And where we're going to see the double debit is when closing, taxes have not been paid, and closing happens after September. So if taxes have not been paid, the first thing I need you guys to do is ask yourself, when is closing? If it's before September, we're going to do a proration. If it's after September, we're going to do a double debit. So again, even with a double debit, we can still see each other's responsibility. Now closing is happening later in the year, after September. So let's say we're going to go to closing on 10/28. Seller owns, buyer owns. So instead of the buyer owing the seller owing the buyer, instead of any of that happening, now what's going to happen is the attorney is going to charge the seller for the period of time from the first of the year to closing, and they're going to charge the buyer for the day after closing until the end of the year. Debit the seller, debit the buyer. September is your cutoff. September 1st is that, how do you know? Are you going to do a proration or are you going to do a double debit? What questions do we have? By the way, if closing is before the bill comes out, back to our previous example, when closing was March 17th, the only thing we have to go by is last year's taxes. So if we haven't had the tax bill, then the only thing we have to go by is last year. Calendar rule, actual days of the month in post. So the actual days of the month. And I'll give you guys those days of the month for your test. I'll put them in the chat. Okay. I like pictures. The other math that we're getting ready to see when we do this settlement statement that I want to have a conversation about is something called interim interest. Interim interest is what the buyer owes their lender. And interim interest is just the buyer just getting caught up. So again, let's go to closing. I don't want to go today. Let's go to closing a couple days ago. So if we go to closing on the 28th. Whenever a buyer originates a new loan, they do not have a mortgage payment the first. They always skip the first. So we're going to closing on the 28th. There is no mortgage payment on December 1st. This buyer's first mortgage payment, Happy New Year, will be January 1st. Whenever you originate a new loan, we always skip the first. If closing's on the 1st, we skip the first after that. The reason being, interest is paid in arrears. If something is paid in arrears, it's behind you. Everybody look with me. Where's your rear? Your rear is where? It is behind you, isn't it? It's in the name. So if interest is paid in arrears, and remember, when they make that principal and interest payment, it's the same every single month. So we don't have a full month in November, do we? We just originated the loan on the 28th. So we can't charge them for a full month on the 1st. We skip the first payments on January. And when they make that payment in January, they're paying December's interest. When they make the payment in February, they're paying January's interest. When they make their payment in March, they're paying February's interest. See where I'm going? Every time you make a mortgage payment, you're paying last month's interest. So the lender will get December's interest when the January payment is made. Put yourself in the lender's shoes. When did you originate this loan? You originated it on November 28th. Don't you as the lender want some interest for the rest of November? Because that's what you're in the business for, is like collecting interest and making money. So what interim interest is the borrower getting caught up. And interim interest is always the day of closing to the last day of that month. That month being the month of closing. Question comes in about principal. I don't know the answer to that. I do not know how principal works. We don't do interim principal though. So it tells me is you're paying principal for that month, but I don't know. So interim interest is always from the day of closing, and the buyer gets to pay their interest on the day of closing. Seller's not around, we're not prorating. So the buyer gets to pay their interest the day of closing to the last day of that month. Never, ever, ever go into the next month. Go to the end of that month and stop. When you guys are counting forward on the timeline, it's really easy to count your days wrong. And I have a highly sophisticated method to help you count those number of days. And when you're counting forward on the timeline, I'd like you to count on your fingers. So let's count this out together. For interest, the buyer owes the lender for November 28th, 29th, and 30th. They will have to pay 3 days. See how it's really easy to look at that and see 2. So if you count it out, you get that number of days right. The buyer will owe their lender for 3 days of interest. At settlement, there'll be a debit to the buyer. Questions so far before we figure out how much?
Yeah, I have a quick question, Julie, and I'm sorry you've said this many times. The cheat sheet that you embedded in the chat yesterday, is that on Learn Test Pass?
No, but I can put it on.
Okay, thanks.
I'll put it in our Campbell folder.
Thanks. On Learn Test Pass?
So 3 days of interim interest. Now we got to figure out how much. To calculate interest, we start with the balance, which the day of settlement is going to be the loan amount. So how much do we owe the lender? The day of settlement, the balance is the loan amount. From that, we're going to times it by the interest rate. Balance times the interest rate gives me annual interest. Balance, or the loan amount, times the interest rate gives us annual interest. Once we get annual interest, we then need to break this down to daily. So we just divide by 365 to get daily interest. Now that I know how much interest is each day, we can take that, in this case, times it by 3, and that'll show up as a debit to the buyer at settlement. So the balance times the interest rate gives us annual interest. Annual interest divided by 365 gives us daily. Questions? All we're doing with interim interest, the lender's getting the borrower caught up on their interest payment. They got this gap here where they hadn't received anything. So now they're getting paid up through the end of the month. They'll get December's interest on January 1st. We good? Can I erase? Speak now if not. It's getting ready to go. So that's really all I have to say. The only thing I know to do is just kind of jump in and do one of these things. I'm going to work this. You guys may have a blank one. Please remember to do one before the test next week. If you don't have the ability to print, please just let me know. We'll figure it out. We'll get you one so you have a fair shot at the test. The settlement statement that we're going to work on right now is in Learn, Test, Pass. I'm under the 6A material, and this is the in-class settlement statement. You can see here they got the completed version as well. So if you want to refer back to that. So Learn, Test, Pass 6A is where this is. When you get to do these settlement statements for your test, first off, when you guys are taking your test next week, I always want you to do the math last, because the math is going to take you the longest. And the math is at the end of your test. So it's the last thing you get to. But if you bookmark any other questions, I'd go back and get those and sort those out, and then come back and do the math last. Of the 6 math problems, save this one for the very end, because this is the one that's going to take you the longest. Remember, you get 3 hours in this class for the test. 301 and 303, you only get an hour. Did you feel like you had to fly through those pretty quickly? So this one, you get 3 hours. And the reason being is because of the settlement statement. I got practice for you guys. I got a homework recommendation that I would like you to do over the next week. We'll look at it together in class next week. So I'll introduce you to that in just a bit. But I know the more you guys can practice these things and work at these things, the quicker you'll get for your test. The first one you do is going to be excruciating long, and you feel like you're never going to get through it. So please don't let that first one you do on your own be next week during the test, which is why we're doing this today, which is why we're switching this class up. When you're doing these settlement statements, I always want you to start from the top and work down to the bottom. Don't try to skip around. Go in order as they give it to you. If you skip around, you're going to skip something. So don't skip around. Start at the top and work your way down. So this is our fact situation. We're told to use a 365-day calendar year. And then we know that settlement is November 23rd. If I had paper, I would actually, and I would encourage you guys to do this, I would actually write the date of closing on both pages of my settlement statement, somewhere up there in the top right, maybe, because you're going to have to refer back to the date several times. So if you want to save yourself a couple extra minutes on the test, I would go ahead and jot that date down on both pages so you have it. So we're going to go through the information. We looked at last night, you know, who owes whom. That's your cheat sheet. That's your guide to help you guys get through this as you're learning it. So let's start first. Let's just start at the top. I have a purchase price of $249,650. Who can tell me, who remembers, what are we going to do with that purchase price?
Don't you put it on both sides?
I'm going to put it on both sides. It's a double entry. Because it's between the buyer and the seller, the purchase price is going to be on page 1. Remember what we said? I'm sorry, page 2. Everything on page 1 is a debit to third parties. Remember, the parties are the buyer and the seller. So anything between them is on page 2. Anything to everybody else is on page 1. The sales price shakes out as a debit to the buyer and a credit to the seller. Isn't that the whole gist of our 16-page offer to purchase and contract? The buyer promises to give the seller money in exchange for the property. So we're going to put the sales price, debit to the buyer. You see K as in Kelly, K1. It says sales price of the property. So we have $249,650. And then we're also going to do a credit to the seller. So seller credits under M as in Mary. And again, M1 says sales price of the property. So it's a double entry because we're going to see it 2 times, once under the buyer and once under the seller. Guys, remember last night, if you have a piece of paper in your hand right now, you may want to consider doing your D's and C's. K is the buyer's debits. L is the buyer's credits. M is the seller's credits. And N is the seller's debits. I like the D's and C's. They help you see. So we know the sales price is a debit the buyer, K1, and a credit to the seller, M as in Mary 1. Everybody good so far? What questions do I have so far? Thumbs ups, head bobs, I like that. I also like questions too. Then we have $2,471 as our real property taxes. It's telling us that it's paid by the seller before closing, and we're going to prorate. So settlement is paid by the seller. Now they got to tell us, right? Because settlement's November 23rd. So it's paid by the seller. It's got to tell us if they've been paid or not, is what I'm trying to say. And this one does tell us that it's been paid by the seller before settlement. So, I mean, again, I'm a big fan of drawing it out. So the timeline we're looking at is January 1st to December 31st. What divides the year is closing on November 23rd. I just took that sentence and I put it in a visual. It says that taxes have been paid by the seller, which means the seller has already paid the entire year. So why don't all of you tell me in a private chat? I'd like all of you to tell me in a private chat who owes who, and you can abbreviate. I know buyer is B and seller is S. Who owes who? Okay. So it looks like we're good. The buyer owes the seller some money, doesn't it? Put yourself in the seller's shoes. You've already sent that money in, or you've been responsible for it. And now all of a sudden somebody else is living in your house for the end of the year. Don't you want some money back? Isn't that only fair? And that's what we're doing in a sense. We're reimbursing the seller. So we're going to buyer owe the seller for the period of time that they own the property. Seller pays today, so the buyer will pay taxes tomorrow through the end of the year. Questions so far? We still got more work to do. Everybody good on buyer owe the seller, number of days, well, just the days. So now to figure out the number of days, just look at November for right now. And let's all count it out together. We got November 24th, 25th, 26th, 27, 28, 29, and 30. There are 7 days left in November, plus 31 days in December, which means the buyer owes the seller for 38 days. I think you're on mute.
I thought that the day of settlement was included.
The seller pays the day of settlement. So the seller pays the 23rd, the buyer owes the seller starting tomorrow.
Seller pays.
Good question. Thank you. Now we know that our annual taxes, the problem tells us that our annual taxes are $24.71. I need to break this down to daily because we got to get down to daily taxes. So if I have annual taxes, there are 365 days in the year. So when you take 24.71 divided by 365, I get daily taxes of $6.07. I'm going to say 77. I can round a little bit there. They say to be on the safe side of rounding, go out at least 3 decimal places. Just don't go crazy with your rounding. But I think 3 is just a good rule of thumb. So every day this year, taxes are worth $6.77. That's what we just figured out. We took annual divided by 365. We've already decided that the buyer owes the seller for 38 days. So we can say 6.77 times 38. And we're going to learn, we're going to do a debit the buyer, credit the seller for $257.26. I found the number of days. I determined that the buyer owes the seller. I found the number of days. I found my daily taxes. And then I times it by that number of days. Remember our little trick last night with our closing disclosure. Prorations are either going to be a debit the buyer, credit the seller, or credit the buyer, debit the seller. So if we shift our paper around a little bit, so this scenario's taxes are going to go on top. They're going to go in K and M. Debit the buyer, credit the seller. Now on your settlement statement, it breaks down city, county, special assessments. Y'all don't have to worry about that for your test. We just have one figure to fill in here. So as long as you get it in K and M, I don't really care where it goes, but as long as we get it in the right place. So we have the buyer debit of $257.26, and we have a seller credit, same amount, of $257.26. Yeah, and you know, you can't miss it by rounding alone. So if you got off a couple cents by me, then you know, in other words, the answer choices, the multiple choice answer choices aren't going to be so close that if you're a few cents off, that it's going to make a difference. Again, they say general rule of thumb, go up 3 decimal places. I mean, if you want the absolute truth, just don't clear your calculator. Once you take 2471 divided by 365, you get like 6.7698, da, da, da. If you just take that and times it by 38, you're going to be spot on. And I kind of like that too, because then you have less room for human error. And I don't know about you guys, but I get big old clunky fingers sometimes. So it's easy to hit a wrong button. So the fewer times I have to touch the calculator, the better chance for accuracy I think I'm going to have. But they say 3 decimal places. Now, with that being said, do you think it's possible to have an answer choice off by $6.77, banking on you counting your days wrong? Absolutely. See what they're doing? See what we're doing here? So you're not going to miss it by difference in rounding. You can miss it if you don't count days right. What questions do we have on this? Prorating taxes, debit the buyer, credit the seller. Buyer owes the seller. Is everybody good if I erase the red? Do we have it? Moving right along. We got a $500 due diligence fee. Who remembers what we're going to do with that due diligence fee? How's that going to look?
It's a credit to the buyer.
Credit to the buyer. And
Debit seller.
a debit to the seller. Let's reverse. Let's go back in time for a second. Remember when we went under contract? Didn't the buyer hand the seller a check for due diligence? At that time, it would have been a debit the buyer, credit the seller, right? Because the buyer handed the seller a check. Now that we're here at settlement, we need to reverse that. So when we went under contract, it was a debit the buyer. Now we're going to credit the buyer. When we went under contract, it was a credit the seller. Now we're going to debit the seller. So the due diligence is going to go under L as in Larry, which is our credit the buyer. L6 is 500 for due diligence. And then it's also going to go under N as in Nancy. N7 tells us that this is the due diligence fee. Another one of those double entry things. What is going to happen with this earnest money deposit of $3,500?
Same thing.
Not quite the same thing. What happened to the earnest money when we went under contract? What did we do with that earnest money?
Being held.
Did the seller ever touch that earnest money? No. The earnest money has just been hanging out in an escrow account the whole time we've been under contract. So the seller's not a part of the earnest money. So the earnest money is just going to be a credit to the buyer. So again, under L is in Larry, L1 is a deposit, which is a good place to put the earnest money of $3,500. Buyer's agents, when we went under contract, you looked at your buyer and said, you're going to have to do $3,500 for earnest money, $500 for due diligence, and these will both be credited back to you at closing. So now that we're here, we need to make sure we do what we told them we would do. Questions on earnest money or due diligence? Then we got a seller's loan payoff of $138,425. This is what the seller owes their lender. This is their outstanding mortgage. Because it's a seller expense, it is going to be on page 2 under N, as in Nancy. N4 says payoff of first mortgage loan. N5 says pay off a second mortgage loan. If you have a third, you can write it in. If you have a fourth, you can write it in. So the seller's first mortgage loan, what they owe their lender to be able to pass the deed is $138,425 under N as in Nancy, N4. Then we have $840 for private mortgage insurance premium. What do we know about PMI? What do we know about private mortgage insurance? What kind of loan is it?
It's an FHA loan.
Not an FHA. PMI is charged on conventional loans. PMI is charged on conventional. FHA charges a MIP, mortgage insurance premium.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Pretty darn close, huh?
Yeah.
So what PMI is, guys, remember, conventional loans are not backed by the government. They're not offering a safety net to the government. So in order for the lender to feel comfortable with giving a conventional loan, if the loan is the loan to value ratio is 80% or more, then they're going to charge PMI insurance. They're going to create their safety net. So anytime you have a conventional loan of 80% or more, the lender will more than likely charge a PMI. Some lenders will take that annual PMI and divide it by 12 and include it in your monthly payment. Some lenders will charge you in advance for the year. That's what this lender's doing. There's $840 for this year's PMI premium, conventional loan. We're going to go back to page 1 and we're going to look under F as in Frank. F is our prepaids, and that's what this buyer is doing. They're prepaying their PMI for the first year for $840. So F is in Frank under mortgage insurance premium. charged to the borrower is $840. Buyer paid at closing Any questions so far? How we doing so far? Head bobs, thumbs ups. I don't see tears yet, so maybe I'm not doing it right. I'm just kidding. I'm not here to, okay. Let's go ahead and take our break. Let's take 10. And when we come back, we'll keep plucking away at this thing. So it's 6:14, let's say 6. Welcome back. Any questions about anything we've looked at so far? We're just kind of working our way through this. So let's see. We did our private mortgage insurance. Up next, we have homeowners insurance premium. Homeowners insurance is something the buyer has to pay at settlement, and they're paying for coverage for their first year. So we go to closing on November 23rd. The buyer's going to pay their insurance policy today that will cover them through November 22nd next year. And at that point, because remember, that's also going to be escrowed. It's going to be a 12th of the homeowner's insurance that they're going to pay each month. So when the bill comes due next year, the lender will be able to pay that on their behalf. But again, we got to collect for this year today. So I got $684. We're still under F as in Frank because it is a prepaid. We are prepaying that insurance. And F1 is our homeowner's insurance. And we're going to plug in $684.
Hey, Julie, I have a quick question.
Please.
Are we gonna have to know like the letters and stuff you're saying for the test, or are you just saying that purely for example?
I'm helping you guys get there, but you're going to have a blank CD at your test for your
Okay.
test. You're going to have this sitting right in front of you, right? I'm just saying it so to help you guys know where to put stuff.
Gotcha.
Yep. Then we have an $85 deed preparation fee. Who pays to have the deed prepared?
Seller.
The seller, yes. Remember, when the attorney is preparing the deed and getting it ready for settlement, it's still the seller's deed. So that's how we remember the seller pays to have it prepared. Deed preparation is up here under C. C is in cat. C2, and we want to make sure we put it in the seller paid at closing column. So deed preparation, $85. Then we have excise tax of $500. Who pays excise tax, buyer or seller? See mouths move?
Seller.
Seller, yep. Seller pays the excise tax. Now, this problem's really nice. This problem tells you $500. Not all problems may be this nice. So let's talk about how we got to that $500, just in case you find one that's not so kind. Excise tax is always based off of the purchase price. Excise tax is always based off of the purchase price. So our $249,650. So our purchase price is, what did I just say, $249,650? Does that sound right? And once you have the purchase price, you're going to take that and divide it by 500. Excise tax is paid in 500ths. So $249,650 divided by 500. And I get $499.30. Here's the deal with excise tax. You're never, ever going to have change. Excise tax is always going to be a whole number. And when it comes to excise tax, we always round up. Throw everything you ever thought you knew about rounding out the window when it comes to excise tax. We always round up. If it was 499.01, we would round up. This is the government we're talking about, you guys. Always round up. So you take your 499.30, round it up to $500. Purchase price divided by 500, round it up to the nearest whole dollar. Excise tax is under E, as in Elizabeth. E2, seller pays $500. Then we have a $450 home warranty. It's going to have to tell you who pays it, buyer or seller. There is no typical for that. So this one tells us the seller is going to pay at closing $450. If we come down here to H, is in Heather, H3, yeah.
We skip survey.
Did we skip something? We did. Thank you. Thank you. We'll come back to survey in just a second, since I'm in the throes of home warranty. Thank you very much. Home warranty is down here under H, H3. We're going to charge that to the seller for $450. Seller paid at closing. Now let's go back up and get our survey. Thank you. Survey is $400. Who typically pays a survey? Unless we're told otherwise. I can see your mouths move. Who typically pays a survey? The buyer. That's part of their due diligence, right? Part of their due diligence fee. Surveys are up here under C. C is in cat. Buyer paid at closing, $400. C5. We've done the home warranty. Now I got a $30 courier fee. The buyer gets to pay theirs. Another $30 courier fee, and the seller gets to pay theirs. Again, it's going to have to tell you, this is kind of that nickel and dime thing, some kind of courier fee or wire transfer fee or something for each party. So if we look under H, is in Heather. H4 is the sellers. Seller paid at closing, $30. H5 is the buyers. Buyer paid at closing for $30. Then we have a $650 attorney's fee. Who pays the attorney's fee?
Buyer.
Buyer, yeah. Buyer hires the attorney. Attorney represents the buyer, so the buyer gets to pick up that bill. Attorney's up here under C. C is in cat. C1 is the attorney's fee. And then we have two title insurance policies, one for the lender and one for the owner. Remember, this is covering the buyer effective when they own the property. So it's called an owner's policy, but let's stop and think about who it's covering. The seller's out of the picture at this point. We can no longer call the buyer, can we? They're now going to be the owner. So title insurance covers the owner for as long as they own the property. So there's 50540 for the lender, 6460 for the owner. Buyer gets to pay for both. We're up here under C, C3, and I only have one line, so we're just going to add them together. 50540 plus 6460, and I get one charge, C3, for $570. Lender's policy plus the owner's policy. Then we have recording fees. Again, this problem's kind. It adds it up for you. It tells it the recording fee for the D is $26. The recording fee for the deed of trust is $56. So when you add the two up, you're going to get a total of $82. Recording fees, who pays to have the deed and the deed of trust recorded?
The buyer.
Buyer, yep. So we're back here, still on page 1 under E as in Elizabeth. E1, you guys see you could break this down if you really wanted to. There's the deed for 26, the mortgage, which is the deed of trust for 56. And what we care about is if you add them together, you get $82, buyer pay at settlement. Then we have commission. Who pays commission? We all know this, don't we? We know where our money comes from.
Sure.
Seller pays a commission, typically, unless we're told otherwise. So we got commission. It says 6% of the sales price to be divided equally between the firms. Commission is based off of the purchase price. So what was our purchase price? $249,650. So if I take 249,650, you're getting a 6% commission. So total commission is $14,979. 6% of the purchase price, $14,979. Commission goes under H, as in Heather. H1, seller paid. And you guys can do this one of two ways. Personally, I don't care. Just be consistent with yourself. You can just put in the full amount here. In the real world, you're going to see two entries, one to firm ABC and a different firm to a different entry to firm XYZ. So in the real world, we're going to take that 14,979 and divide it by 2. So if you want to do it that way, now you'd have 7,000 and something twice, or you can just do the 14. Makes no difference to me as long as it all adds up. But just know, listing agents, when you're verifying it, your seller CD, you want to make sure both commissions are right. They're not always a 50-50 split. So just make sure both commissions are accurate. So seller pays commission under H as in Heather 1. How we doing? It's my check-in, checkpoint. Head bobs, thumbs ups, some kind of acknowledgement that we're here. Cool. So let's talk about financing. I have a $212,000 conventional 30-year loan. What are we going to do with the loan amount on the day of closing? How's that loan going to look? Yep. I see it and I just heard it, I think. On the day of closing, the loan is going to be a credit to the buyer. The lender has got to bring that money in on the buyer's behalf for them to fulfill their agreement with the seller. So go back to page 2. We're going to look at the buyer's credits in L. L is in Larry. And L2 is our loan amount of $212,000. Remember, this closing disclosure is a snapshot of everything that's going on today. So today, the lender is showing up with money on behalf of the buyer. The buyer's going to pay take the next 30 years to pay that lender back. Questions on that?
Did you say that's a credit to the buyer? Okay.
Because the lender's bringing it on their behalf. We can't close without it. So this is a conventional 30-year loan, fixed interest rate of 6.5%. We're told to calculate interim mortgage interest. So if closing, this is the example we just did, so that's not fun. If closing is November 23rd, remember they won't have a mortgage payment the first. They don't have a mortgage payment in December. Their first mortgage payment is going to be in January. And when they make that mortgage payment in January, they're paying December's interest. So what we want to do with interim interest is for the lender to collect from the borrower interest from the day of closing to the last day of that month. So we got November 23rd, it's our day of closing, through the end of the month. Let's count days. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. There are 8 days in November that the buyer owes the lender for interest. Is it really easy to look at that and see 7? So I want you to count it out. Foolproof method right here. Count it out on your fingers. Interim interest is always figured off of the loan amount. So we're going to take the balance or the loan amount, 212,000, times the interest rate, 6.5%. So I get annual interest, 13,780. I took the balance times the interest rate to get annual interest. And if I want to take annual and break it down to daily, I need to divide by 365. So I get daily interest of $37.75. Everybody's calculator say 37.753424, da 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 da. If you don't touch it, just don't do anything. At this point, just say times 8. That's the most accurate way to do it, but again, you can't miss by rounding low. So now we're at the end. Now I can round that 0.027, round that up to 0.03. That's what the buyer owes their lender to get caught up on interest. Interim interest is considered a prepaid. So we're going to go back to page 1 and we're going to look under F as in Frank. F3. And y'all make a note of this. I think the number one question I get about the settlement statement is, Julie, where do I put interim interest? And I don't know why, but they don't call it interim interest here. They call it prepaid interest. I don't know why. If you forget after tonight, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm always here, but try to address these as they come in. So F is in Frank 3 is our interim interest, prepaid interest of $302.03. Questions on interim interest? Can I erase the red? Everybody got it? Then we got some loan fees. 0.75% of the origination fee, a $280 application fee, and 1 discount point to be paid by the buyer. All lender fees are of the loan amount. Think about what the lender cares about. The lender cares about their money that they're bringing to closing today. So all lender fees, loan fees, everything like that are going to be of the loan amount. So with our loan origination fee, we have a loan amount of $212,000. And we're going to charge for the loan origination fee 0.75%. So 0.75%. $280 application fee is a flat fee. We'll show you in just a second where to put all the lender fees. We got $15.90 loan origination fee, $280. Let's see if it's a loan origination fee, $280. And then this lender is charging 1 discount points. The number of discount points is equal to the percentage of the loan. So 1 discount points mean we're going to charge 1%. 2 discount points would be 2% of the loan. 5 discount points would be 5% of the loan. The number of discount points tells you the percentage of the loan. So we got our loan origination fee, our discount points, and our application fee. Questions so far? Loan charges are up here under A. A1 is our discount points. A2 is our loan origination fee. And then as a write-in, I'm going to put the application fee of $280. Yeah. The one that is paid outside of closing is the credit report fee. So the application fee, yep. We're going to charge it at closing. Yep. Questions? Are we good with the red? Then we have lenders requiring initial escrow reserves at closing as follows. So before we break this down, we got 4 months of taxes, 2 months of homeowners insurance, and 2 months of mortgage insurance premium. So let's talk first about what we're doing here. So remember, the lender is going to originate an escrow account. And every time the borrower sends a payment in, they're going to have a 1/12 of their taxes, 1/12 of their insurance, and in this case, a 1/12 of PMI as well, mortgage insurance premium. The lender at closing has to collect some money to, 1, originate the account, but 2, to have a little bit of cushion in the event that these amounts go up next year. Bottom line, the lender needs to make sure that they have money in escrow. When those bills come due, they can pay them on behalf of the borrower. So they like this cushion. Now, everybody likes to get real excited about this point. So let me just go ahead and ease your worries here. When you pay this loan off, or when you sell this house, if you have anything in escrow, they're going to give you that money back. They're going to credit it back to you. They're going to send you a check. So they're not taking your money. They're just using your money to pay those bills on your behalf. And if there's a balance, they'll pay you back. I had a condo. We paid that off at the end of last year. That's how I brought in the new year. I paid off my condo. That was fun. And about 3 weeks after we paid it off, I walked out to my mailbox and I had a check from the lender. And I was like, huh, that's nice. And what it was the balance that I had in my escrow account. They were reimbursing me for the money that I had left over. So that was a nice surprise to see. So they're just going to collect it to originate it, have that cushion. And then when you make your first payment, in this case on January 1st, then they'll start putting that 1/12 into that escrow account so they have that money. So that's what's going on right now. Do I have any questions on that piece of it before we pick up the calculator? So now we need to figure out how much the lender is going to collect. And the problem has to tell you. In this case, the lender is going to collect 4 months of taxes. They're going to collect 2 months of homeowners insurance and 2 months of mortgage insurance. So let's start first with our taxes. And if I go back up in the problem just a little bit, I'm reminded that my annual taxes were $2,471. So if I have annual taxes of $2,471, I need to break that down to monthly. How many months in a year? 12. So we're going to take our annual and divide it by 12. And that gives me monthly taxes. This lender wants to collect 4 months. So now that we know taxes are $205.92 a month, now we can times it by 4. And get 4 months. I took the annual, I divided it by 12 to get monthly. And then I times it by the number of months that the lender wants to collect. Katie, you can do that. You would just have to do 30, you'd have to do 31 plus, you'd have to figure out the days of the month. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so keep it simple. And I see what you're saying. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of keep this simple. I think if the lender wants to get that particular, they're not going to be in the game long because that's just, nobody has time for that. So yeah, we're just going to divide by 12 to get monthly and then times it by 4. Now let's do the same thing for homeowners insurance. Again, we got to go back up just a little bit to be reminded what the annual homeowners insurance was. Annual homeowners insurance is $684. So if annual is $684, we divide by 12. $57. They want to collect 2 months. Let's see, this is tax. This is insurance, homeowners insurance. And then we got to do it one more time in this problem for mortgage insurance premium, way out here on the end, mortgage insurance premium. So again, we just got to go back up a little bit. PMI is 840. So if annual, 840. You get $70 a month. They want 2 months. Questions before we look at where to put them? Questions on what we did, how I got these numbers, why I did what I did? Meaning of life? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know that. Except the closing disclosure. So let's see. On page 1, under G, we have our initial escrow payment at closing. So we know we have our homeowners insurance of $114. We have mortgage insurance of $140. And we have taxes of $823.67. The rest of this are expenses paid by borrower before closing. So we need to make sure we get them in the right place. The buyer's already paid these. We certainly don't want to charge them again. So if we come back up under B as in boy, you can see the appraisal and the credit report. And I need to make sure that you guys put these under borrower paid before closing. So you got your appraisal fee for 450, credit report for 55. If you even want to put these on. Quite frankly, I don't care if you do or not, but if you do put them on, make sure you get them in the right place. Remember what we said, POC is always the appraisal and the credit report, unless you're told otherwise. So in this case, we're told otherwise about the pest inspection and the home inspection, right? So we always got to do what the problem tells us. Pest inspection is under C as in cat, C4. Again, if you want to put it on, you don't have to. I don't care if you do or not. But if you do put it on, just get it in the right place. And then the home inspection is down under H. H is in Heather. H2, borrower paid before, $325. Questions before we finish this thing up? Again, you guys, the more of these you do, right now you're spending a lot of time, or when you do one on your own, you're going to spend a lot of time for looking for where to put stuff. So the more familiar with this closing disclosure that you are, and you can see where stuff is, that's going to save you time. Remember too, your test questions are just 2 on the bottom of page 1 and 2 on the bottom of page 2. So, I mean, really, if you don't remember the home inspection is here, or that's bad. If you don't remember the courier fee is here, you know, as long as you get it in this column, you're going to get the test questions right. So knowing that it's a debit to the buyer and this is a third party, get it in the right column. You don't have to turn your closing disclosure into me after the exam. All you have to do is show me A, B, C, and D, or D. So what I want you guys to do now is just add. Private chat, I would like you to add up the buyer paid at closing and the seller paid at closing. So I would like you to tell me in a private chat the J, buyer paid at closing and seller paid in closing. Pest inspection is up here under C. C4. And it's a before, paid before. The reason being, I got an answer. I got an answer for everything. The reason being is primarily if this were a VA loan, then this would be a requirement under the loan costs. That's what this section is. This top section is loan costs. It's required.
Julian, would you mind scrolling up to the top again? Thank you. Thank you.
That's good too. It's okay, we'll go through it. You guys need me to scroll back up? You like another minute and then we'll talk about it. Let me scroll back down. So let's see what we got here. And I should have done this sooner. Let's make it big where we can all see it. Hey, okay. The way this thing is designed, they want you to add up all of A and put it here. They want you to add up all of B and put it here. They want you to add up all of C and put it here. And when you guys get in the real world, this is what you're going to see. For our purposes and for the test, I'll be really honest with you guys. Adding up A and adding up B and adding up C and then adding up A plus B plus C is just very confusing to me. And even in the real world, when I'm verifying these things, I don't pay attention to the tally of A and the tally of B. When I'm doing these in the real world, I just straight line add. So when I'm given a closing disclosure to review, I actually pick up my calculator and I just add to get down to J. So if you want to mess with doing it the way that this form was designed and you're going to see it in the real world, I say great. But remember, we're just trying to get you guys an understanding of these things and how they work, so you're prepared to help your clients verify these at closing. So if we look at the borrower paid at closing, we had our discount points of $2,120, a loan origination fee of $1,590, our application fee of $280, attorney's fee of $650, title insurance of $570, and then the survey of $400. Then we had our recording fees, $82, our prepaids. So here's our homeowner's insurance premium for the first year, $684. Here's our mortgage insurance premium for the first year of $840. And then our prepaid interest, also known as our interim interest, for $302.03. And then we put money in your escrow account, the borrower's escrow account. So we had escrows for 2 months of homeowner's insurance of $114, 2 months of mortgage insurance for $140. And then I think it was 4 months of property taxes for $823.67. And then the buyer had a $30 courier fee. So when we add up everything on page 1 for the buyer's J, we get $8,625.70. So everything on page 1 for the buyer debits, $8,625.70. And guys, so, go easy on yourself. You just met this thing like an hour ago. So, I mean, if you did, it's okay. It's okay. That's why we're doing this now. So you have like a whole week to do it again. You know how you're really going to learn it? Do it without me. So this is why we have the time. This is why we have plenty of practice for you. Questions on the buyer's J. $8,625.70. This is one of your test questions. What is the buyer's J at the bottom of page 1? We're here now, right? That's why we're here. So then we look at the seller's to be paid at closing J. So again, just to recap, we have the $85 deed preparation fee. We have the $500 excise tax. We have the total commission of $14,979. Seller's paying the home warranty of $450, and then the seller's loan payoff of $30. And when we add up the seller's J to be paid at closing, we get $16,044. Test question number 2. What is the seller's J to be paid at closing at the bottom of page 1? Questions on page 1. We're getting ready to put it behind us. Actually, we're getting ready to take a break. Questions on page 1 before we break? Yeah.
Will the line J paid before closing, is that important for the purpose of the test?
Nope. We're going to know what the buyer paid at closing J and seller paid at closing J. If you want to add it up, that's fine, but you're not going to be tested on it. I know sometimes we got to complete things, right? So I get that. I do.
That's exactly it.
Your eyes starting to twitch a little bit. I see you. So if you need to do it, I get it. All right. So let's go ahead and take our break. When we come back, we're going to finish this up, do the rest of it. So let's take 10. Let's see, 718. It is in Learn, Test, Pass. Where'd she go?
I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you look right here under 6B, it's right
Oh.
there.
Okay, cool.
And you can download it here. So then you can either save it or print it.
Oh, wait, how do you download it?
Right there.
Hold on, I'm not looking at you. Hold on 1 second. Where? Oh, that button. Okay.
See my thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just go
Oh,
6B and then you can download it and then you can print it. Yep. Which you will need to for your test.
Okay. My printer doesn't work. I'm gonna see if my mom can do it because I think that's what tripped me up. Doing it this practice problem.
Do you live in Winston?
I live in King, but I go to Winston every day.
Okay. If you can't get it, let me know. There's a place in Winston. I can leave a couple of these blank ones for you to swing by and pick up.
Okay.
So if you can't print it before the test, just let me know. We'll make those arrangements. But I definitely want to make sure you have one of these in your hand it'll make the test so much easier.
Yeah, I took the class and I mean, I know that I failed because of these questions. But
Right.
the way I was taught to do it is obviously wrong. So much different. So anyways.
Well,
Okay.
hopefully we can erase what you
Yeah.
know and get you some practice to get you better proficient at these. So good.
Cool. All right. Thank you.
Of course. back. All right. So we have tallied up page 1, and we have 2 of our 4 test questions. We have the buyer's J to be paid at closing and the seller's J to be paid at closing. So now we need to figure out page 2. Once you guys tally up the bottom of page 1, before you do anything else, I want you to take these numbers, the buyer's J and the seller's J, and I want you to put them where they belong on page 2, because they're really easy to forget about. So go ahead and do it now. So where do they go? Everything on page 1 is a debit to a third party. Yes? Everything on page 1 is a debit to a third party. So if we go to page 2 and we look at the buyer's K, K is all of the buyer's debits, and that includes the number that we got for J at the bottom of page 1. So once we tally up page 1, immediately take that number from J and put it in K as in Kelly, K3. Everybody see that? This way in K, we have all of their debits, including debits to third parties. So we got $8,625.70. And then we're going to do the same thing with the sellers. All of their debits are N as in Nancy, and that includes their debits to third parties that we figured on page 1. Please get in that habit. As soon as you tally page 1, put them where they belong on page 2. They're very easy to skip or forget. So now that we're on page 2, now that we have that, we're going to focus first on the buyer and then on the seller. So we're going to take our piece of paper and we're going to fold it longwise. Buyers are on the left. I do not care about the seller right now. I only care about the buyer. All of K is their debits. All of L, as in Larry, is their credits. K minus L will tell us how much the buyer has to bring to closing. So tally up K, and I'll leave it up here for you guys to see. Tally up K. Tally up L. And then you can tell me in a chat, private chat, how much the buyer has to bring to closing. You'll get homework. Oh yeah. So we got K. All of the buyer's debits is sales price. Everything we tallied up on J or page 1 for J. And then the portion of the buyer's taxes that they owe the seller. It's all their debits. And then we add up L, all of their credits. So under L, we got a $3,500 earnest money deposit. We have a loan amount of 212. And we have our $500 due diligence. So when we tally up all of K, we get total debits 258, 532, 96. We add up all their credits. We get $216,000. So what I'm waiting to hear from some debits minus credits. So what we're looking at is cash to close from the borrower. You're going to call your buyer and tell them to go to the bank, get a cashier's check or a money order for $42,532.96. Yep, I got you. The money that the buyer brings to closing and the seller, if they have to bring money to closing, has got to be a cashier's check or money order wire transfer. They cannot bring they cannot bring a personal check. Nobody wants to wait 3 to 5 business days for that check to clear in order to finish settlement. So it's got to be readily available funds. Yeah, and you can't bring a big bag of cash either. They can't plop it up on the table. That's frowned upon. Cash is no longer king in real estate. Not when a lender's involved. They got to source it all. Remember we talked last night about the housing market crash, and there's a gajillion theories out there about what went wrong. Another theory is illegal money. Think mafia, drug, that kind of thing. And so today lenders have to be able to source the cash. Where did it come from? Questions on the buyers. How much does the buyer have to bring to closing? Now we take our piece of paper and we fold it and we look at just the sellers. Now that we're done with the buyers, we're gonna do the buyers and the sellers. The sellers M, as in Mary, is all of their credits due to the seller. So we have for credits for the seller, we got the purchase price, $249,650. We're going to credit the seller the portion of the taxes that the buyer owes them. And then N, as in Nancy, is all of the seller's debits, including the amount that we got from the bottom of page 1. So the seller's debits, we got their J, which was the $16,044. We have a payoff of their mortgage. That's the $138,425. Debit their due diligence fee of $500. So when we add up all of the seller's credits, which is M, as in Mary, we get $249,907.26. When we add up their N, as in Nancy, $154,969. Credits minus debits. In this case, because they have more credits than they do debits, the seller's going to get money. So we're looking cash to the seller in the amount of $94,938.26. If debits were more than credits, if N was more than M, then your seller's got to bring money to closing. I fear we're going to get back to seeing that. Again, listing agents, have this conversation up front with your seller. This is why we ask the very personal questions early on, like how much debt you got in this house. Because if they are underwater, if they owe more, then they're going to have to bring money to closing. And I would rather have this conversation at the listing appointment than find out the day before settlement that they don't have this kind of money laying around. Wouldn't that be a nightmare? So ask the hard questions early. You guys remember our listing agreements actually have a place for us to list outstanding mortgages. So it gives us a talking point to have this conversation. 2 questions from the bottom of page 2. How much does the buyer have to bring to closing? How much is the seller going to get from closing? 4 test questions, both on the bottom of page 1, bottom of page 2. Guys, like I said earlier, I know you just met this an hour ago, so please go easy on yourself. You guys are so hard on yourself sometimes, and it hurts me. You just met this. Go easy. You can go back and do this again. Remember, we're recording. So you can go back through and watch this whole thing again if you want to check yourself. I'll show you in just a second where you can find the solutions. And of course, I got some other practice for you guys as well. The key, the point that I'm trying to make is you guys have got to try to do a couple of these on your own to get ready for the test. If you don't look at this again until Thursday, next Thursday, you're going to struggle on the test. So I ask that you please, and this is why I rearranged the whole class, is to give you guys a week to look at these. Is that fair? Will everybody promise me? Can I get you guys to pinky swear? No, I won't do that. But promise me that somewhere between now and next Thursday night, again, we're getting ready to look. I got a homework recommendation. So we're getting ready to look at that. We will go over the homework recommendation next week, probably Wednesday next week. So as long as you guys have it done by then. The more you do, the more you work through, the easier it gets. I promise. Practice, practice, practice. Questions, comments? And keep in mind too, in the real world, yeah, we're not actually preparing these things. Paralegals are doing them, attorneys are doing, and they have a program, like they just put in the figures and it beep, boop, boop, and it populates the whole thing in. So they're not even actually doing this. What we are doing in the real world is checking them for accuracy. But the best way to check them for accuracy, the best way to know how they work is to learn how to do them. I'll share with you guys, I had a paralegal in post licensing once. For the life of her, she could not do one of these. I'm like, honey, this is what you do for a living. But she said, you just put in the sales price and it plugs it in. I put in the taxes and it plugs it in. So, wow, how to get my hands on that software? So a question comes in, how deep do you go for accuracy? Do I pull last year's tax records? I can usually have that, find that on like the MLS, for example. You know, the things that we're responsible for accuracy is the things that we can verify. So the numbers from the contract, you have the taxes. We can use it to get an idea, right? Like a rough idea, make sure it looks good. If it's way off, then we may need to investigate a little bit further. We know now how to do interim interest, so we can verify that. And the other thing that we can do, even though I can't verify, I don't know how much the lender told the borrower they were going to charge them. I can look at these numbers and make sure they don't look astronomically crazy, like I don't have a little red flag go up, but I don't know for sure. I can just get an idea that this is right. But you know, in the real world, other than pulling out the contract, invoices, that kind of thing, I actually just pull out my calculator and add. I make sure that what I get at the bottom of page 1 is close to what, because it could just be an adding error. Simple as that. I told you guys last night there were some duplicates. They were charged like twice for the home inspection or the home warranty. I don't remember now which one, but there were duplicates. So if we're looking for, you know, knowing what we're supposed to see in here. So and Learn Test Pass. Just a couple things. Remember your blank closing disclosures here in section 6B. Everybody see this? So you guys will definitely at least want to print one of these out before your test next week. Obviously, if you want to practice on one. Once again, you guys, if you do not have the ability to print, please reach out to me like tomorrow so we can make sure you get 1 or 2 of these for your test next week. It'd be really hard to do this on a test if you don't have the closing disclosure. If you look here and Learn Test Pass, you see this little icon right here? That's the download icon. So you can download it and, either, print it out that way. So section 6A is the problem that we just worked in class. This is the one that we just went through together. So you guys have this available to you to look at. And then there's also the completed closing disclosure. So you can see, and it's got a lot more detail in here than what we did, but that's okay. It talks about the discount points, the loan origination fees. Like I said earlier, we're recording. So it takes Zoom a while to process, and then YouTube has to upload it. So I'd say by the time you guys get up tomorrow morning, tonight's recording will be in our YouTube channel. So then you can go back through and watch, tonight's class, go back through at your own pace.
Julie, I don't see a blank closing disclosure.
It's
in
under
6.
6B.
There's an actual blank one?
It says blank closing disclosure. You don't see this?
I see section 6A, the closing disclosure.
Do you see section 6B?
Oh, I see it. Thank you.
Of course. So 6A is the one that we just worked tonight. And then under 6B, there are some tips. You may want to look at this. And then there's closing problem 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I got 5 in Learn Test Pass for you guys that you can do for practice if you so choose. Each of these have the actual closing problem. It has the solutions. So you can go through and check yourself. Don't study the answers. That doesn't help you. Try it on your own. And guys, please remember, did everybody write down my contact information last night? If not, I'm happy to put it back in the chat. But if you get stuck on something, before y'all find the need to start banging your head on the desk, reach out to me. Please let me help you before you get to that point. So let me know. And screenshots and pictures really help me. So if you send me a picture of your closing disclosure, I can usually get you unstuck. So you guys use me as a resource. Everybody promise? Julie, we will use you. Okay. All right. The homework recommendation that I have for you guys is closing problem number 4. So it's under 6B as in boy. And it's closing problem number 4. I cannot make you guys do this. It's highly recommended. That's about all I can do. We will go over 4 next week together in class. It'll be a good review for the test. It'll give us an opportunity to look at another one, but it'll go much smoother if you guys do it before we get to class. 1, 2, 3, and 5. Those just there for you to do for fun. Do I have a twisted way of having fun? I don't know. But again, the more of these you can do, please hear me when I say, if you can do closing problem number 4, you can do what you need to know to do for the test. Is that kind of clear? This is why I'm giving you this one. If we can get through 4, now there's some funny things in number 4 that we're getting ready to talk about. But if you can do number 4, if you can do all of them, you're set. But particularly if you can do number 4, you are set for the test next week. So let's look at number 4 and talk about some of these funny things. Get me a blank one. Okay. So there's some funny things in number 4 that we need to talk about. Again, it gives you the information. Following information, 365-day year. There's your sales price, closing date, earnest money, due diligence. There's our financing information. Funny thing number 1, oops, that we see in number 4. This says financing is $419 at 5.5%, 5.25% interest. There's a 1% loan origination fee. Then it says seller has agreed to pay a half of a loan discount point. So let's talk about what's going on right here. The seller agreeing to pay the buyer's discount points is an agreement between the buyer and the seller. That was part of their negotiations. Technically, discount points are money that the buyer owes their lender. Everybody with me so far? Buyer's paying the lender for discount points, but in a separate agreement, the seller has agreed to pay those discount points. So obviously the first thing we need to do is figure out the amount of discount points. They're always figured of the loan amount. 419, 220. It's a half a discount point, so it is 0.5% of the loan. So we're looking at discount points of $2,096.01, 10 cents. So I took the loan amount, I times it by 0.5%, and we got discount points, $2,096.10. The lender expects the buyer to pay the discount points. So we need to put step 1, we need to put the discount points under A where they always go. That's the agreement between the buyer and the lender. That piece has not changed. That's where we always put discount points. Questions so far? The second piece of this, the thing that makes this funny, is the fact that the seller and the buyer negotiated it, and at the end, the seller agreed to pay those discount points. So now what we're doing, in a sense, the buyer's going to pay the lender, and then in a sense, the seller's going to reimburse the buyer. So the buyer pays the lender on page 1. That's our debit to third parties. And then on page 2, we are going to, let's see where I can read this a little bit better. We are going to do a credit to the buyer and a debit to the seller. So let's look at what we just did. I debited the buyer on page 1. What's the opposite of a debit? How do you clear out a debit? With a credit. So on page 1, I debited the buyer. Now on page 2, I'm going to credit the buyer and debit the seller. What happened to what the buyer pays in discount points? It goes away. So in addition to doing the debit, under L5, seller credit, we have the seller paying the buyer's discount points. And then we have to debit the seller. And I don't care if you put it under seller credit, L5 and L8 makes no difference to me. Just get it in L and get it in N. This is actually a triple entry item. Isn't that fun? We debited the buyer on page 1. The buyer, that's an agreement between the buyer and the lender. The lender said, you have to pay me half a discount point. Does the lender care about the agreement between the buyer and the seller? Not even a little bit. The lender just wants to collect their discount points. So the lender on page 1 says, you got to pay me. That's the relationship they have with the buyer. On a separate side negotiation, the sellers agreed to pay the buyer. So we're going to do debit the buyer, credit the seller. I'm sorry, credit the buyer, debit the seller on page 2. You mean up? Triple entry item. How much is the buyer actually paying in discount points now? That's right. You debit it on page 1, credit them on page 2. Questions? I'm getting there. That's the next funny thing. I promise you. Okay. Can I get some thumbs ups? Or a sideways thumb? I'll even take a sideways thumb at this point. I know it's new, but at least a sideways thumb. Another
Hey,
funny
Jen.
thing. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say or ask, for the purpose of understanding, and maybe you said it before, but I'm just going to ask again. For the purpose of understanding how this sheet works and what drives putting the debits and the credits where they go on page 1 versus page 2 for the seller. Like for me, it's clear for the buyer,
Okay.
but for the seller, it's not. I understand why we needed to do what we just did, but it doesn't make sense to me why if I was just looking at the sheet. So is there anything
When you're looking at which sheet?
on the closing disclosure?
Okay, so on the second page, what this is saying, this is a seller credit to the buyer. So it's
Yeah.
due from the seller, and then the buyer's going to receive that seller credit.
Yes. So I understand that. I guess, for example, why do I have to put the 0.5% that's being paid by the seller on page 2 instead of page 1 in the seller paid?
Because the seller's not paying the lender.
So the difference is page
The
1
buyer's
is
paying the lender.
buyer's paying what the buyer's paying the lender.
Mm-hmm.
Page 2
And then on
is,
page 2, the seller's reimbursing the buyer.
yeah, I mean, I understand what's happening in the transaction, I don't understand how that's driven by what I'm seeing in the form on the closing disclosure. I won't hold up
These-
class. We can-
The seller and the lender have no relationship, none whatsoever. So the
Right.
seller, there's no way they can pay the lender. Like I said, we got two separate agreements going on here. We got an agreement between buyer and lender. And then keep in mind, you guys, buyer and seller can negotiate and agree to anything. So that was the seller paying the buyer's discount points. They could have easily said, look, I'll just give you a credit for $2,096.10. But because the way the problem's worded, seller has agreed to pay that half a loan discount point. They can't pay the lender though, which is why we can't charge them on page 1.
Yeah. Okay.
That help?
No, I mean, again, I completely understand what you're saying as far as
Okay.
what's being transacted to who and why. It just doesn't, when I read the form on page 1, it says seller paid at closing or before closing, and then
Mhm.
the pay others column. But there's nothing in here that says that's really cueing me to the fact that these funds are being paid to the lender or to the buyer or vice versa. So it just doesn't make sense when I'm reading through the form as to why I need to put it on page 1 or page 2.
You're
But
never gonna have seller paid loan origination charges. You're never ever gonna have that because the seller's not originating the loan. Who's originating the loan?
Yeah, the lender.
No, who's getting the loan, I should say,
Oh, the buyer.
the buyer. So you're
Buyer.
never gonna have seller paid loan origination charges.
Right. Okay.
Lender, again, could care less about the seller.
Okay. No, I get it. I do.
I know, I call it a funny thing for a good reason, don't I?
Well, it's just weird that they split it out that way to me, but okay.
Like I said, the buyer's going to pay the lender like they always do, and then the seller's reimbursing the buyer as part of their separate agreement.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Anything else on that? Funny thing number 2 on this problem, I got a brokerage commission that's 5.5% of the sales price. And then we have a note. At closing, the listing firm will retain the earnest money as part of the brokerage fee. So first off, let's talk about what the heck that means. How many of you that are active, your firm maintains the trust account? Does anybody's firm have a trust account? Nope. You guys let the closing attorneys hold on to that earnest money deposit. The majority of real estate firms are doing away with that. There's a lot of liability with the escrow account. We're going to talk about earnest money deposit, escrow account, all that. So what's happening here in this case, the listing firm is also acting as the escrow agent. The attorney does not have the earnest money. The listing firm is holding the earnest money. I have everybody so far. When we're getting ready to go to closing, somehow we have to get that earnest money from the firm to the attorneys. The attorney has to have all the money there so they can process settlement and disperse. Again, in this case, the listing firm has it. The old school way of doing it is for the listing firm to write a check, send the earnest money deposit with the listing agent to settlement. The newer way of doing it is for the listing firm to retain the earnest money as part of their fee. When the listing agent goes after closing to the attorney's office to pick up their check, the amount of the check is going to be the commission minus the earnest money. Don't worry, I'll get you paid. I'll get you all your money. So if I have a sales price of $465,800, and we have a commission of 5.5%. So 465 times 5.5% means I got a total commission of $619. Let me put this somewhere where I can see it. So what's the total commission that the sellers agreed to pay in the listing agreement? $25,619. Everybody with me so far? However, when you go to the attorney's office, when the listing agent goes to the attorney's office after closing to pick up their check is not going to be for that amount. Their check is going to be for the commission minus the earnest money. Of $20,619. So on page 1, commission paid to the third party, commission paid to the firm is going to be $20,619. That's going to be the amount of the check, the commission minus the earnest money deposit. I'm getting you all your money, don't worry. Questions so far? Now what's going to happen to listing agent? You go pick up your check for $20,619. You take it back to your firm. The firm is going to transfer $5,000 from the escrow account to the operating account. So instead of that money walking back and forth and touching a lot of hands, they're going to take the money from escrow, put it into the operating account, giving the firm the full commission of $25,619. That's this piece of it. Listing firm will retain the earnest money.
Do you show that somewhere on the closing disclosure?
Not that, but I want to make sure you guys understand that I will get you your full commission. 5,000 of it is already there. The other piece we need to show on the closing disclosure, doesn't the seller owe $25,619? That's what they agreed to pay in the listing agreement, yes? But so far they've only paid $20,619. So now to make sure that the seller is charged all of their commission, we're going to go back again to page 1 or page 2, excuse me. And we're going to do a debit to the seller, N is in Nancy, excess deposit of $5,000. So now how much commission is the seller paying? We just got to break it down because only the 20,619 is being paid to the third party. But the seller still owes $5,000. And again, you guys, if the wording is tripping you up, if something about excess deposit isn't right, then please feel free to do a write-in. Rest of commission. You guys with me? As long as you get $5,000 in N is in Nancy, I don't care what you call it. So if this excess deposit is tripping you up, write it in. Just make sure you get the rest of that. So that way the seller's paying their agreed upon amount. It's just how it's broken down. What thoughts do we have on that? Nope. Nope, buyer's not getting any of that. That's our commission. So the buyer doesn't, seller's still paying the commission. We're just doing it in two different places. Good stuff, isn't it? This is the point of the class. I feel like if we were in person, y'all would want to throw some rotten tomatoes at me or something. So. Let's see. Who's actually getting 30,000? How does that work? Listing agent keeps 5. Nope.
So,
They only keep the 5. This is the earnest money.
so it's saying that the listing agent keeps the 5,000 earnest money.
The listing firm.
Okay,
So the
So-
firm is going to transfer it from the escrow account to the operating account.
so if they already take that 5,000 and then they get the 20,000, then that's already the 25,619. So then
Which
why
is
do
their
they get an
total
extra?
commission.
So then why
Then
do they
why
get
what?
So why do they get an extra 5,000 after
They
that?
don't. They don't. We gave them 20,619 up here. And then we allowed them to transfer the earnest money of $5,000 down here. So they got the 20,619 plus the 5,000.
So the buyer paying the earnest money doesn't benefit them at all. It doesn't contribute towards their down payment.
I apologize, John. I see now what you're asking. Yes, the earnest money deposit credit to the buyer, they always get that credit. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. I see now what you're saying. The buyer's always going to get that credited back to them. That piece hasn't changed. I apologize. So we're always going to credit the buyer back the earnest money. Again, this has nothing to do with the buyer. This is the seller paying the commission. Sorry about that. Other thoughts on this? I know it's break time. Hang in there with me for like 2 more minutes. And the good news is we're done with the settlement statement for tonight. No more math tonight. So if I can get like 2 more minutes from you, we'll take a break, shake it off. We can move on. Good? Ish?
When we're solving this, do we even need to separate it out like this 20,000 and then the 5,000? Can we just put it all as we normally would and it would be the same amount?
No, because the amount of the check going to the firm is $20,619. Remember, debits to third parties. So we're going to make a check out to ABC Realty for $20,619.
Okay, and then the excess deposit from seller is what ends up going to the buyer.
Nope. Well, I mean, it's just a debit to the seller. It doesn't go anywhere. It's just the seller has agreed to pay that commission. So we're going to take that charge and we're going to break it up between page 1 and page 2. So the buyer's not getting any of this money. It's just the commission, and it's how it has to be shown, what's going to go to the firm and what the seller acknowledges that they pay, the whole amount. We're still getting the $25,619 commission. The buyer's still getting the credit for the earnest money. It's just how that has to be broken down, those charges to the seller. So we're looking at 2 debits to the seller. 2 debits, yeah, to the seller.
So they're not paying the full 25,619 to the listing firm because the listing firm already has 5,000 of that.
There you go. But the seller's still being charged $25,619
Seller still has to pay for it.
because that's what they agreed to do in the listing agreement. Yep.
That is very hard to understand for people who are new, and I totally understand the confusion on his face.
I get it. Absolutely. And like we said, not a single one of you have an escrow account with your real estate firm. If it's up to me, this would go away.
I haven't had one of those in 30 years.
So here we are, I get it. Again, we'll talk about earnest money and we'll talk about this scenario again. And remember, we're working this problem together next week. So it has time to marinate, because I think that's what it needs. I think it just needs time to marinate, which is why we're talking about them now. So you guys can have this information. Aren't you glad we're not doing this next Wednesday? This is when they had us on track to do it. See why I do what I do? This ain't my first time through 302. I get it. It needs time to marinate. And that's why we're doing it now. All right, let's shake off these closing disclosures. Let's take our break. We're done with the math for tonight. Let's take 10. We come back, we're going to go back and finish up unit 14. So remember, I'm here for questions. 8:25, let's come back at 8:36 and we'll talk about some other fun things. Welcome back. As I mentioned before the break, we're going to put the settlement statement behind us for now. I know tonight was a big night. So again, we just got to let it soak in. You know, give it a look when we're fresh. Tomorrow, there's a few other proration things that I still want to talk about, like what does rent look like when it gets prorated, that kind of thing. But I'll wait and save that for tomorrow so that we're fresh. Fair enough? Okay. Thank you guys for your patience. I know this isn't, and it may not be practical because, like we said, most firms don't have earnest money, but you know, it's the test. It is what it is. So what we're doing is helping you get through it and helping you wrap your brains around it so you can pass this test next week. So with that being said, we are going to go back now and pick up where we skipped yesterday. Kind of skipped around to be able to get to this point so you guys could have as much time to look at this. So where we are, we're now going to go to the beginning of Unit 14. We're going to go back and get caught up. So Unit 14 actually starts on page 559. Nope. 459. Look, it's right there in front of me and everything. 459. My digital people, you can just look for Unit 14. And this is the section that's getting us to closing. So this is our closing preparations and procedures. So in this section, we're going to talk about just some general pre-closing procedures. We're going to have a look at that buyer's due diligence process and the things that they should be able to consider doing during due diligence. And then we're going to talk about actually going to closing. So first off, let's talk about kind of closing. When I'm working with buyers, and with sellers, but particularly with buyers, I use the scenario of closing and the contract to closing process as being working gears. So let's assign a gear to every role in the transaction. Let's put the listing agent and the seller on a gear. Let's put the selling agent and the buyer on a gear. Let's give the attorney a gear, the lender a gear, the surveyor a gear, the home inspector, pest inspector. Everybody that's involved in contract to closing gets a gear. And we're all working together. Yes? What happens if one of these gears stops? One gear stops. The whole thing stops, doesn't it? And that's a big part of our job, is keeping these gears going, keeping these gears moving. This is why we need an understanding of the contract to closing process. Even though we're not involved in the lending piece of it, we need an understanding of how this works so we can help assist our clients to keep these gears going. Remember last night I told you, and I mean this when I say it, guys, sometimes buyers delay their own closing because they take their sweet old time getting necessary paperwork to the lender. And the lender can't go on to the next step until they have everything they need from the buyer. So if your buyer thinks they're going to, oh, I'll get to it next week, we need to have a conversation with the buyer because we got to keep that going. We got to keep these gears going. So you guys now know There's a difference between settlement and closing. Truth be told, I have never in my entire life attended closing. I doubt you have either. What we attend, what our buyers and sellers attend when they go to the attorney's office is settlement. Now, we all call it closing. We tell our buyers we're going to closing. We all talk about going to closing. But the truth of the matter is what we attend is settlement. That's when the buyer and the seller provide all their signatures on their documents. Buyer and seller bring any necessary funds. The buyer will almost always have to bring money to closing. And if the seller owes anything, they need to bring money to settlement, settlement as well. Once we all leave the attorney's office, that's when the attorney starts and handles closing. So closing is what happens after we all leave. We have signatures, we have money from buyer and seller, and now the attorney is going to put the finishing touches on everything. They're going to offer their opinion to the title insurance company so they can get that. They're going to send the loan packet back to the lender. Upon approval of the loan packet from the lender is when the lender will release the funds, the loan amount. They'll wire transfer it into the attorney's office so they have all the money. And the very last act of closing, the very last thing to happen is the attorney will record the buyer's brand new deed. And then and only then is it a done deal. If there's a mortgage, they'll record the deed of trust. You know, another thing that the attorney does as part of closing, once the seller pays off their liens, before the attorney records the buyer's new deed, they'll record a deed of release for all the seller's liens. So for a brief shining second, the buyer has his property without any liens on it, and then take a breath and we're going to hit a button and record the deed of trust. But they got to clear out everything of the seller, pay off all their debts, do a deed of release to let those go. Again, the very last act, the very last thing to happen is to record the buyer's new deed. And if there's a lender involved, they'll record the new deed of trust as well. So we talked last night. I did put that worksheet, by the way, who pays for what. That's in the Campbell folder of Learn Test Pass. So you guys can access that along with the PowerPoints. How we know who pays for what is either spelled out in the contract. When we look at our contract, probably start that tomorrow. When we look at our contract, it's going to tell us various expenses are paid by the buyer, various expenses are paid by the seller. So that tells us partly who's responsible. The other thing is just customary practice. For example, I don't know that it spells out. It does say the seller pays excise tax, deed preparation. Maybe just an example of customary practice might be the buyer paying the invoice of the home inspector, you know, something like that. It doesn't clearly state that in the contract. So that's what we're saying there. If it's not in the contract, then it's just going to be what's custom for this area, this market, maybe the state, maybe just like the triad, for example. As we've said, the buyer hires the attorney. The buyer gets to choose what attorney they want to use. Do you think our buyers are familiar with the selection of closing attorneys in the area? Do they know the good closing attorneys around here? Probably not. So they're relying on us. They're looking at us saying, who should I use for an attorney? Guys, please don't ever look at a buyer and say, this is the attorney that we're going to use, period, end of story. We look at a buyer and we say, here's a list of 2 or 3 attorneys I've used in the past that I've had good experience with. Don't send them to Google to look for closing attorneys. Give them a recommendation. Do they have to use anybody you recommend? Absolutely not. You could give them 10 names and they could say, no, I want to use this guy. Great, use this guy. But at least we can say that we try to give recommendations on those that we've had good experience with, or if you're new, those that agents in your firm have had good experience with. So the attorney in the transaction represents the buyer. And if the buyer's getting a loan, the attorney will also have the buyer's lender's best interest as well. In other words, through the eyes of the attorney, the buyer is their client. It's their best interest that we're looking out for. In most residential sales transactions, the seller may choose to allow the same attorney to draft up their paperwork. Understand, the seller's always welcome to hire their own representation. Always welcome. But in the most cases, in a typical residential sales transaction, the seller will allow the buyer's closing attorney to draft up their paperwork. Once you get into commercial transactions, or if you get into estates, it's not uncommon for both buyer and seller to have their own attorney. So throughout the contract to closing process, the attorney is looking for some documents, and some of them we can provide. Pretty much as soon as you go, buyer's agents, as soon as you go under contract, do your little happy dance. I'm all about celebrating the small wins throughout the process. So woohoo, we got you under contract. The first thing I need you to do as a buyer's agent once we're under contract is to send that contract to the lender. We'll talk more about the lender in just a bit. The loan process, hands down, is the longest part of the contract to closing process. Hands down. So send that contract to the lender right now so they can get started on their thing. As soon as you get it to the lender, I need you to then turn around and email it to the attorney and get closing scheduled, get it on the books so that they can start their thing as well. The attorney, you know, the deed, they can find title insurance, seller's loan payoff, any of that they can find. But guys, if they reach out and ask for it, let's help them. They're asking for a reason. So if they're reaching out and asking for a current copy of the deed, then let's work with them and help them get the information that they need. Invoices that to be paid at closing. We talked yesterday about most home inspectors, for example, will allow the buyer to pay for the home inspection at closing. So we need to make sure that all of those people that are waiting to get paid, home inspector, pest inspector, etc., are getting the attorney's getting the invoice, so the attorney can make sure that they put it on the settlement statement as a debit to the buyer. Have any of my people that had closings, have you ever had a cash buyer yet? A couple of you? Man, is it different with a cash buyer than it is with a buyer getting a loan. First off, the paperwork goes from like this to this, and the amount of time it's like, I mean, I had one cash buyer and I kept saying, I feel like something's missing. Something was missing, but it was like a whole new experience. So the easiest thing for us to do is just to find a bunch of cash buyers. We could get through closing a lot faster. I know that's easier said than done, right? That's all we got to do. Delays in settlement happen. They just happen. My people that have had closings, has those closings been delayed? Yep. Sometimes they close on time, but let's face it, delays just happen. Why are they going to get delayed? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. All sorts of things can cause delays. Do y'all remember, I don't remember how long ago, but I think it was like Hurricane Sandy hit New York. When was that? 5-7 years ago, something like that. You guys remember this? Do you know our closings here were getting delayed because a lot of our mortgage lenders headquarters were up in New York, and all of New York City was without power because the hurricane took them down? So even though you think about a hurricane up and you think, oh, it's not going to bother me, it was delaying our closings here because it delayed the lenders. The lenders couldn't get the funds out. So anything can happen. You know, here lately, we've been dealing a lot with, well, particularly new construction. We've been dealing a lot with supply shortages, labor shortages. New construction's got to consider weather. I always tell my buyers and sellers, we're going to shoot for the settlement date. We're going to work really, really hard for the settlement date in the contract. But in the event something happens and we're going to get delayed, I need you to have a plan B. I always try to get my guys to have a plan B just in case. I'll be honest, not much makes me more nervous than when a buyer shows up at closing in the U-Haul or settlement in the U-Haul. Because I think, oh my gosh, what if the internet goes down and we can't record the deed? Where are you going to stay tonight? So always have in the U-Haul, right? So always have them have a plan B just in case. We have a delay built into our offer to purchase and contract. Delays are that common. We have a provision for a delay built into it. Can anybody tell me how many day delay we have in the contract, built into the contract?
7.
Seeing it, 7, yep. As of, I think it was July 21. So this is fairly new-ish. It used to be 14, but as of today, it's 7. So we have a settlement date in the contract, and we're all working really hard for that date, but we have a 7-day delay. In the event that we have to delay, as long as the delaying party has good intentions and they have every intention to close as soon as they can, like it's out of their control, the non-delaying party has no choice but to sit still and fingers crossed and patiently wait. The non-delaying party cannot terminate without the consequences of breach if we don't close 3 days, 4 days, 5 days later. Now, day 8, the non-delaying party can terminate. That's what we mean by a 7-day delay. Patience for the non-delaying party is pretty much the name of the game here. So let's talk a little bit about the buyer's due diligence process. And when we're working with the buyer, it doesn't matter how we're working. Are we working as a buyer's agent or are we working as a seller sub-agent? The difference here, if you're a buyer's agent, the buyer's your client. If you're a seller sub-agent, the buyer's your customer. So no matter what role, no matter what capacity you're working, we just have general responsibilities of working with the buyer. And I think it's good to note that a lot of these apply when working with the seller too, but we're just focusing specifically on the buyer's due diligence process. Throughout the entire time we're with the buyer, from showing the home to helping them get under contract, we always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. We always have a duty to discover and disclose material facts. We always have a duty to act in a competent manner. Make sure we're filling in the blanks in the offer to purchase and contract appropriately. Making sure we're filling in the addenda and the amendments. We always have a duty to avoid an undisclosed conflict of interest. An example of this might be undisclosed dual agency. Dual agency says we can only proceed with informed written consent. We just cannot start acting like a dual agent. That would be a conflict of interest. We have a duty to avoid any improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. They don't let us have any fun, do they? We can't be dishonest. We can't be fraudulent. And we always have a duty to comply with license law and commission rule. If you guys haven't taken 303 yet, that's the big gist of that is North Carolina law and rules, state specific stuff. It's so important as agents that we are familiar with license law and commission rule. If there's any changes or updates, we'll see it in the next CE class, the next update class. So they'll make sure that we get that information. Your BIC will probably make sure if it's a big change too, your BIC will make sure. So in other words, we need to stay current. And then if the buyer is my customer, they're not going to get old car treatment, but I still do have a duty to treat them honestly and fairly. So we meet a buyer. Somebody contacts you and says, I want to buy a house. And you say, great. We meet a buyer. We have them come into the office for a buyer consultation so we can ask them some questions and figure out what they're looking for. Of course, one of the first things we're going to do is our working with real estate agent disclosure, because we know during the buyer consultation at some point we're going to hit first substantial contact. So let's just go ahead and knock that out early. We're going to decide in what capacity we're going to work. Are we going to proceed with me being your agent or with me being the seller sub-agent? Are you going to be my client or my customer? Once we get past all of that, buyer starts talking about their dream home. This is what I'm looking for. This is how much I want to spend, yada, yada, yada. What's one of the very first questions in this process we need to ask? What's one of the earliest questions we need to ask?
Are you pre-qualified?
Have you talked to a lender? Absolutely. We need to get the buyer to a lender and get a pre-qualification or a pre-approval, either one, depending on the lender. You guys, please, please do not show buyers properties until you have made sure they talk to a lender. Please. There's some common misconceptions out there. Buyers think, well, this is how much I pay for rent, so this is how much my mortgage can be. It doesn't work that way. The math is not the same. Some buyers will talk to you about what they think they can afford or what they want to afford, but the reality is that they can't. So save yourself some time, but more importantly, save your buyer some time by making sure that we get them to a lender before we do anything, early on. So when it comes to the buyer's loan, the broker's responsibility, again, you guys, we're never going to look at a buyer and say, this is the lender you're going to use. We always need to make sure we give them choices. The buyer needs to shop around. Even if the buyer comes to you and says, my cousin Bob is a lender and I want to use Bob, great. I'm so glad your cousin's a lender. What can it hurt them to talk to another lender, just in case cousin Bob isn't offering has the best product out there? What they're getting ready to make a 30-year commitment. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with cousin Bob. I don't know if I don't have anything to compare it to. Does this make sense? I know we want to support our family and friends, but we got to look at, you know, what's best for them at the time. And the only way they're going to know is if they talk to a couple, if they shop around. So always encourage them to shop around. I learned very early in my sales career that all lenders are different. Even lenders in the same mortgage firm are different. So let them have something to compare and contrast. When a lender's involved, the appraisal is required. Period. End of story. The appraisal is the property of the lender. They let the buyer pay for it, but the appraisal is the property of the lender, so they know how much loan to give. Remember, they determine the loan amount on the value, and they define value as the sales price or the appraisal, whichever is less. So the lender is comparison shopping, aren't there? They're seeing what's the best value for them to give. They're looking at the sales price in the contract, and then they're looking at what the appraiser thinks it's worth, and whichever one is less is which one they're going to issue the loan on. What if it's a cash buyer? Does a cash buyer have to get an appraisal? Are they required to? No. Can they? Absolutely. If that cash buyer starts asking you a bunch of questions about value, I would suggest, and I would give them a couple names, and I would suggest that they very seriously consider getting an appraisal. Another thing that we really need to have a conversation with our buyers about is having the property surveyed. The survey can help us identify so many things that the non-surveyor knows. The survey is going to tell us our property lines. It's going to give us the parameters. But the survey is also going to identify encroachments, easements, setbacks, flood zones. Here's the deal with a survey. This is my experience. I hope you guys have a better experience than I do. But in my experience, a lot of buyers waive the survey because they think they're saving money. And maybe they are. It's one of those things that it's not a problem until it's a problem, and now it's a problem. So we save money before we buy the house, and now we own the property, and now we have a problem that could have been identified if they had a survey done, and now they got to deal with it. I know one of the big things too is with title insurance. Title insurance, and we'll talk about that in just a bit, but title insurance, if there's an issue that comes up that the owner wants title insurance to cover, and it's something that could have been discovered had they had a survey done, title insurance probably isn't going to cover it. So I think if nothing else, that's kind of our last ditch effort. Title insurance, if you want them to protect you. Interestingly enough, surveys used to be required. They're not anymore in most cases. You may have a lender occasionally that will require one, but for the most part, they're not required. They're highly recommended. Obviously, if your buyer's buying a condo, there's no property to survey. If there's a townhome, I probably wouldn't push for it. If you can get a plat map, easements and stuff are spelled out, so it may, I'd still recommend it. Blows my mind how many buyers. My husband and I bought this house a little over 2 years ago, and we had a survey because I was our agent. So I said, yeah, we're going to get a survey done. And part of the reason why I want a survey is because we have a shed out back. And from my naked eye and where I thought the property line was, the shed looked awfully close. So I wanted a survey to know that it was done and to know where my property lines were. Y'all know that back corner of my shed is it's in by a whopping foot, but by golly, it's in. And now I have that survey. So if either one of my neighbors come knocking on my door saying, your shed's on my lot, oh no, it's not. I got a survey here telling me otherwise. We're going to look at I'm going to go off grid in just a bit. We're going to look at a form. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it, but I think it's so important that we discuss it. It's the professional services disclosure. So when your buyer waives the survey, we're actually going to have them initial that they waive the survey. So there is a problem after closing and they think they're going to take you to court or file a complaint, you have a form saying that they waived it. So we will look at that before this is over. Another big thing we need to get our buyers working on shortly after contract formation. Again, make sure your buyer understands that they got to satisfy whatever the lender needs. Let's get the lender taken care of first so we can get that first round to go through underwriting. Once we get the lender taken care of, let's encourage our buyer to shop around for property insurance. Again, shop around. Tell them to call Jake from State Farm. Tell them to call Flo from Progressive. Tell them to call a couple of different people so they have something to compare and contrast. Property insurance is effective on the day of settlement. The buyer's new, owner's new policy is going to cover them on settlement, at settlement. Lenders have certain requirements that they're looking for. So it's not like we can just get the cheapest policy out there. It still has to satisfy the lender's requirements. So by securing insurance early, we have time for the lender to approve it, verify it with the insurance company, make sure everything we need. The other thing that makes me a little nervous about insurance is those buyers that are looking for properties that are at the top of their approved loan amount. Because if insurance is a little bit more than what we think it is, it's going to push them over their approved monthly payment, and we're not going to get loan approval. So, as a buyer's agent, I mean, we never want to terminate But as a buyer's agent, worst case scenario, if we do have to terminate, let's terminate within due diligence and get them their due diligence money back. And if we find out they can't afford homeowners insurance, let's try to do that now. If the property's in a flood zone, then they may have to get flood insurance. And I'm going to tell you right now, flood insurance is not cheap. Again, that buyer that is about maxed out, that is about to the tippy top of their allowable monthly payment, flood insurance could tip them over the top, and we're not going to get loan approval. You can go to this website. There's various places you can go, but this is just one example, and actually look at a flood map so we can get an idea if we're going to have to deal with flood insurance before we ever have to write up the offer. Make sure that this is something that they can afford. So throughout due diligence, the buyer's encouraged to do inspections and investigations. The whole point of the due diligence period is for the buyer to learn as much about the properties they possibly can. And that's why we're doing the inspections. That's why we're doing the investigations. Before we go under contract, we should have access to the RPOs, Residential Property and Owner Association Disclosure Statement. My triad people, when you're looking in MLS, most of the time you're going to see the RPOs and the MOG, the seller disclosures already loaded in MLS. So we can check it out before we even go view the property. I've had buyers cancel showings because the RPOs disclosed more than what they were willing to deal with. So I'm appreciative of those sellers that, you know, saved us that time. We had RPOs once, and the seller, black, caution, enter with warning, black toxic mold, masks required. This is before the day we were all wearing masks anyway. I was like, wow. I said, I'll hang out on the porch. They said, no, we're good. We don't want to go anyway. I said, all right, that's good. So I'm appreciative of that seller that disclosed that and shared that information. Not all sellers are that kind, but at least we might be able to pick up a red flag or something before we even go. Despite how the seller completes the RPOs, the buyer should still be encouraged to do their own inspection. Have you ever seen an RPOs that says no the whole way? No, 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 no. The seller's just saying they have no actual knowledge of a problem. But guys, come on, is there a problem with that home? Is there something wrong with that home? Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as a perfect house. There's no such thing. So despite how they complete it, we should always encourage the buyer to do their own inspections, find out on their own. And also remember, no matter how the seller completes the RPOs, we always have a duty to disclose material facts. Always have a duty to disclose material facts. Buyers should consider doing what we call a pest inspection. This can be a little misleading. Pest inspections don't look for all pests. Pest inspections just look for wood destroying insects. Now, if the home inspector or the pest inspector finds evidence of other pests, they're going to report it. But particularly the pest inspection is just looking for termites, carpenter bees, powder post beetles, things that eat wood. And they're not necessarily looking for the critters themselves, but they're looking for some kind of evidence that they've been here. Maybe it's active, maybe it's not. What you're looking at here are termite tunnels. So they build these things, you know, termites like wood, right? So they love the foundations of our homes. And to get from the ground over the brick foundation to the wood, they may build these tunnels so they can use them to run up and down. This is the kind of thing that the pest inspector is looking for. Have you guys ever seen an active one of these? I saw an active. I did not like it. I saw an active, like you actually saw the things crawling around. I did not like that one bit. But if you see this, you may not know, they may not be there now, but you know that they have been, and that's what they're looking for. If your buyer is getting a VA loan, the pest inspection is required. VA will require, here's the catch. Very rarely will they let the buyer pay for it. So if the buyer's not going to pay for it, who gets to pay for it? The seller. Listing agents, is that an important conversation to have with your seller when we get an offer from a buyer that's going for VA? Yeah, you're going to be on the hook for the pest inspection. We're going to look at our FHA and VA financing addendum that puts the words in our mouth that helps us address and have this conversation with the sellers.
That says it's only required for VA loans. Are you sure that's right?
As far as I know.
I think it's required for FHA as well.
Okay. I'm not aware of that. I just know the VA, but always recommended
Yeah.
conventional FHA. I had one buyer. She was a handful anyway. You know, if you know, you know. And she declined the pest inspection. I said, you can't. She's like, I need to save money. And I'm like, it's like $65. Are you kidding me? You know, and it had a crawl space and it had parts of the crawl space that you couldn't easily, like you had to get in there, crawl to that corner. And I said, you and I can't. She said, I'm going to call Terminex after I close. I said, yeah, but you don't know what Terminex is. She wouldn't do. So I said, fine, initial here telling me that you're going to waive the pest inspection, because when you find something afterwards that you're not happy about, you ain't going to call me. So again, that professional services disclosure is huge. Obviously, the big inspection that we want our buyers to do is the home inspection. The home inspector's job is to go into the property and find things wrong with it. Y'all prepare your buyers for this. They're not going to get a report talking about the lovely home that they're getting ready to buy. They're going to get a report with, this is wrong, that's broke, this isn't working. That's the home inspector's job. I consider the home inspector, I usually compare the home inspector to like your general practitioner. So we go to the doctor once a year for our annual checkup. Our doctor, our general practitioner, knows a little bit about a whole lot of things. And if the general practitioner finds something that they're not happy with, they're going to send us to a specialist. And the home inspector is going to do the same thing. If there's something wrong with the electrical, they're going to recommend that the buyer talk to an electrician. If there's something wrong with the plumbing, or they're going to talk to a plumber, you know, something to do with the construction, general contractor. So the home inspector is just looking for those red flags and then encouraging the buyer to investigate a little bit further. Listing agents, we also need to make sure that we prepare our sellers for when the home inspectors become coming to. Sellers, let me rephrase this. Home inspectors aren't going to move personal property to investigate the property. So if, for example, they started packing and they have boxes and totes and they stack them up in front of the water closet or the electrical room, the home inspector is not going to move them to get into the electrical room. So the seller needs to have these major components of the home available. If the crawl space is locked, leave us a key so we can get the home inspector down there to check everything out. Again, let's do the home inspection during due diligence. Let the buyer know what they're dealing with. We'll talk about asking the seller for repairs in just a minute. But bottom line, if the buyer, you know, if we find $30,000 worth of things that need to be done soon, the buyer may decide that losing their due diligence is less costly than buying the home and then have to put in a new roof and structural and, you know, so this is the home inspectors, not things that they may need to do right away, but things that they know are a problem that may need to eventually be addressed. Buyers should also be looking at various things as we go too. Are there tenants in the property? Is there an existing lease? I think that's something that should be disclosed by the listing agent. Have you guys ever shown a property and walked in on tenants before? Tenants usually don't like to leave during showings, and that makes it uncomfortable for everybody. What about the 10 o'clock Sunday morning showing I had where the tenants were getting their, well, they were smoking stuff that I smelled smells that I used to smell in college at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning. And I thought, I hear you. My buyer walked in the door and turned around, walked right back out because she was not ready for that at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning. That's tenants. That's how tenants roll. Yeah, the listing agent was like, oh, well, sorry. And I was like, oh my gosh, all right. I guess you can't do anything about them. Walked into one once, the tenant was sitting in the kitchen smoking a cigarette. I was like, excuse us. So tenants are difficult. But understand if there's an existing lease in place, the buyer buys honoring that existing lease. If it's a month to month, that may be why the tenant's trying to sabotage the showing because they don't want to move in 30 days. I don't know. We're also going to try to help look for easements and encroachments. Again, understanding that we're not surveyors, but you know, we can get like an eyeball, things that might cause a red flag for us to go up and maybe consider investigating further. And then asking some questions, you know, there been recent construction or renovations? If there has, were permits pulled? Has the CO been issued? Has those permits been closed? You know, we just said the survey will help us with setback restrictions, violations of zonings. If it's in an HOA, let's help them get their hands on the restrictive covenants. Again, this is the buyer's opportunity to learn as much about the properties they possibly can. And when a buyer hires us, we take on that responsibility with them. So help them investigate it, help them inspect it, help them get that information so they can make that decision whether or not to move forward or not. Still a little bit more to talk about with the buyer's due diligence, but do we have any questions so far? Got click happy there. All right, so let's take our last break. 9:19, we'll come back at 9:29:30, and we'll finish it up for the night. Are we back for the last 45 minutes? Anybody struggle this morning? You did? Oh no. We got a few more mornings to go. It was just hard. I don't know. It was raining really hard here this morning. So that just kind of made it. Doesn't matter how much sleep you get when it's raining like that. That's perfect stay in weather. All right. One more thing I want to say about physical inspections and asking about recent constructions and renovations. Oh boy, that's a fun day. Keep in mind too, guys, part of the reason we're asking for recent constructions and renovations, we want to make sure that the seller has paid. You guys remember those mechanics liens? So the mechanics liens, the mechanic has 120 days after the work's been complete to file the lien. So it could be that the seller does the work. We go, bless you. We go to closing, and then the mechanic files the lien, and the buyer, unbeknownst to them, has another lien placed on their brand new property. So asking about these questions and, did you pay? Maybe even asking, particularly through the repairs while we're under contract, requesting paid in full invoices. So we can make sure that the buyer's not going to be stuck with that mechanic lien after closing. Remember, those things follow the property, not the people. So we want to do that. Again, we'll talk about repairs in just a second. If the property is on an on-site septic system, we want to encourage the buyer to have a sewer inspection done, learn about the capacity. If it's unimproved land, that means it's bare, nothing's been done to it yet. So if your buyer thinks they're going to buy it to build on it, we want to encourage them to have a perk test to make sure that the land will support an on-site septic. Now, obviously, this is in the event that we can't hook up to public. So if they can't hook up to public and they plan to build, we want to encourage them to have a perk test. If it is already improved, if there's not a system there, again, make sure the land will support it. But also, if it is already in place, have it inspected. I think listing agents, if you're listing a property with an on-site septic and we go under contract and we know the buyer may get a septic inspection, let's prepare the sellers for what's getting ready to happen. Because about the time that the septic inspector shows up with the backhoe and starts digging up the yard, the seller is going to go into panic mode. So let them, the only way I know to inspect a septic tank is to get into it, which means they're going to have to dig. So just, they'll fill it back and pat it back down when they're done, but just prepare your sellers for that. I learned that the hard way. I got a panicked phone call from the seller. He was on his way outside to talk to this person. I'm like, oh my God, everybody just big, deep breath, so we live and we learn, don't we? And now I know to prepare my sellers for that. I felt pretty bad. They were friends of mine too, so that made it. And I know how short his fuse can be. So I was like, go get him. Anybody remember, if you have an on-site septic permit, they give you the capacity of the permit and they give it in the number of bedrooms. How many remember how many human heartbeats per bedroom they allow? Human heartbeats per bedroom? That's right, 2. So if we're advertising, if we have a septic permit with a 3-bedroom house, what we're saying is that the septic will support 6 people living in that home. And keep in mind too, it's all water that leaves the home, not just bathroom water. It's shower water, kitchen water, dishwasher water, washing machine water. And that's why it's per bedroom and not per bathroom, because there's other water in other places. That makes sense. So the general If it's a 3-bedroom, the general rule of thumb is that it will support 6 people living in that home. Listing agents, please listen to me. Do not list a property for sale and advertise the number of bedrooms until you've gotten your hand on that septic permit. We can only advertise the number of bedrooms that's allowed per the septic. You may be showing a property one time where it's a 3-bedroom with an office, and you might be standing in this office going, why wouldn't you use this as a bedroom? This could be the perfectly good bedroom. The reason it's not a 4-bedroom and it's a 3-bedroom and an office is because the septic permit will only allow 3. Everybody hearing what I'm saying? This is getting really big, really fast down at the commission, disciplinary actions, lawsuits. I mean, this is becoming a huge thing, and it has been for a while. So listing agents, do your due diligence. If your seller doesn't have a permit, then have them contact the county health department and we'll get that process started. Comments on that?
Yeah, Julie, I just want to comment even on new construction. A lot of them right now may have a unfinished bonus space or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because we purchased a home with an unfinished space, and one of the things that I had conversations with, now my realtor did not prod me to ask these questions, but I just knew for at least for HVAC that the system would only support a certain amount of square footage and what have you. So I started asking questions around that first.
Interesting.
It's the same thing for, your public water too, what you're permitted for with the home, how it was built and what
That's
it's
right.
permitted for. So that's just another question that we can ask our buyers, if they plan to utilize that space in another way so that we
If
can.
you're going to finish it, what you're going to do with it. That's a great point, Hermanda. Thank you so much for bringing that up, because you're right. Because an unfinished space is like a blank canvas, right? We can do whatever we want to, but if you're going to put people in there, have them live there, how are you going to use this space to make sure, like you said, will the HVAC support it? Will the, septic if necessary? So thank you very much for sharing that.
Sure.
Any other comments? Or I had a teammate went on a listing probably a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, something like that. And it was a septic is on a permit for a 3-bedroom. But when these guys bought this house 15 years ago, they thought they were buying a 4-bedroom. And now here we are going to sell it and telling them we can only advertise a 3. They were so upset. I bought a 4. Technically you didn't. Technically you were misinformed when you bought. So I think that's part of why the commission started to crack down. And like I said, this is hitting courts and stuff too. If I have to buy an on-site septic system for somebody, I want it to be for me and not for, a former buyer, seller, client. I definitely don't want to get sued. That's just me. So guys, please make sure you're looking at those permits before you advertise it. Other thoughts or questions on that? It's scary. It's scary. If the property is on a well, we want to encourage our buyers to have the water tested. I have had buyers want the water tested when it's on public. If they want it tested, by all means. When I work with buyers, I tend to operate by a pretty simple philosophy. If it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. So even though it's public water, if they say, I want this test, great, let's have it tested. Do not look at them and say, no, it's public, you're fine, you don't have to worry about that. If they want it tested, that's the right that they have, is to have that water tested. So any concern, again, particularly if it's on a well, if you're getting a VA, and I do think an FHA, they're going to require it anyway, the well, if it's on a well. Lead-based paint. Anybody remember the magic year for the lead-based paint hazard addenda? We should all unmute.
74.
few more years
78.
older. 78. There you go. So 1978. So anything built prior, you're just being cautious, you know, anything built prior to 1978, we need to make sure that we have the lead-based paint hazard addenda. Sellers have caveat emptor, right? Sellers can hide under buyer beware. Lead-based paint is like the exception to that rule. If the seller has learned that there's lead in the home, they've got to disclose it. If they have reports, they have to provide those. Do-it-yourself painters may not know this, but if the seller's hired contracting work, that should be part where they have that tested. And again, once they find out that there's lead in the home, caveat emptor does not apply to this. They've got to disclose that. And if they have any reports. And I think it's important that we note too, that this applies to for sale and for rent, because even though it's a rental, you could have a family with, you know, young kids moving in. The tenants may not be able to have it tested, but at least help educate the tenants. The EPA provides us with that booklet, Lead in Your Home. So we can at least provide that booklet to them and help educate them and know what they're getting into. Again, prepare your sellers. Do y'all know how they test for this? They actually got to come in and scrape up some paint. They usually do it from a windowsill or a door frame, and they send those paint chips off to have them tested. So I did not have experience with that, but now I know to prepare them for anything, because, you know, so let them know if your buyer wants to have it tested, they got to come in and peel up some of that paint to send it in. You cannot slap a coat of paint over it and the lead goes away. It doesn't work that way. Another thing I generally really encourage my buyers to have is a radon test. Radon's everywhere. Radon is just a byproduct of radioactive material, of things decaying in the ground. And as things decay in the ground, they release these gases, and the gases are looking for cracks in the earth to get out. So if there's a crack that happens to be underneath a home, that gas is going to release into the home. So having it tested for radon, again, we can do this during due diligence. It's really, I mean, the cost, most of our home inspectors are also certified to do the radon test. It's just part of the due diligence. How they test for it, they have this contraction that they set up in the home, and they leave it there for like 2 or 3 days. And the contraction takes like a snapshot of the radon level every hour. So every hour it says, what's the radon level? What's the radon level? And at the end of the 2 or 3 days, they have an average. And if that average is more than 4.0 picocuries, we got a problem. If it's anything under, the EPA says we're not going to be worried about it. Buyers can always request, of course, for a radon mitigation system. The sellers do not have to provide a radon mitigation system, but the buyers can always ask. And I want to caution you guys too, if you ever show a property with a radon mitigation system in it, I still encourage my buyers to have it tested for radon, because those mitigation systems rely on little fans to pull the air out of the home and out into the atmosphere where it belongs anywhere. And those fans only last like 5 to 10 years. So if those fans stop working, then it's not pulling, bless you, it's not pulling that gas out of the air. Does that make sense? Again, I had this. We had buyers. We were down in the basement. They had a radon mitigation system, and we stood there and had a conversation about it. We pointed at it and we looked at it. And they said, "What is it?" And I said, "It's like, you know, like $150, I think." And they were like, "Oh, we'll have it tested anyway." And it came back at like 6 something. And I called the listing agent called the seller called their radon guy came out and replaced those little fans, had it retested, and now we're back down to 2 something. So please don't assume that just because you see a radon mitigation system that we're radon free. We don't know how long it's been there. I understand that you can get like home tests like Lowe's, Home Depot. I don't know how accurate those things are, but they might give you kind of a place to start. You know what I'm saying? So, and in any of you, if you have a radon mitigation in your home system, in your home, if it's been a while since it's been tested, you may want to consider having it tested, just because those fans don't last forever. They may be warranty, but that doesn't mean they last forever. Comments on radon? There's some scary stuff out there in the atmosphere, isn't there? Another concern we may have is asbestos. As long as asbestos is intact, it's not a problem. The problem with asbestos is when it becomes friable. And when it becomes friable, it's like breaking down, and all those little particles break down and they get in the air, and then we breathe that air and those little particles get into our lungs. I know I'm not saying this word right, but have you guys seen the advertisements on TV for anybody that might be exposed and might have mesothelioma? Was that close enough? That is usually as a result of exposure to asbestos. So just, again, if you see it, you know, help your buyer, you know, look, that might be asbestos. Usually we're going to see it wrapped around like pipes for insulation. Anytime your buyer plans to do major renovations or particularly demolition, if the home was built prior to 1978, then we definitely need to talk to them about having it tested or checked for asbestos before they go in and start disrupting it and causing it to be friable. Anybody ever encountered this? A couple of, no, not yet. You have? Very, very rare, but it's out there, and it's something we need to be aware of in case we do. I had a lady in post licensing once. She said her very first buyer ever, they ran into a home jam-packed full of asbestos. I said, my gosh, and you went on and found another buyer? I mean, you know, that's the luck of the draw right there, isn't it? I've been doing as long as I have, and I haven't had to deal with it. But again, we need to be aware in case it does come up, because it is out there. So we've had all these inspections and investigations done. We've encouraged the buyer. They've spent all this money. They've learned everything that they possibly can about the home. And so now that we've gathered all this information, the issue comes up. Can we ask for repairs? Well, let's see how we word that. Can the buyer ask for repairs? Can they ask? Sure. Sure, absolutely. Is the seller required to do any repairs? No. We need to prepare our buyers for this, you guys. I think sometimes buyers think, I put down $50,000 in due diligence, so the seller has to fix this, this, and this. No, they don't. The amount of the due diligence has nothing to do with repairs. We ask for repairs. Sellers can agree to do all of them, none of them, or some of them. If they agree to do all of them or some of them, we say, thank you very much, understanding that they're under no obligation to do that. But we need to prepare our buyers for the sellers to say, no, I'm not doing anything. Let them know that that's absolutely their right. Remember, the whole point of the due diligence period is to learn everything that they possibly can to decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward or not? So we've had all these inspections and investigations. We know of all these problems. We know of everything wrong with the home, and we know the seller's not going to fix anything. Now knowing what we know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? Any repair? Yeah, I'm sorry.
So the due diligence, I have an issue with due diligence. I've been doing real estate for 30 years in Virginia. And I recently bought a house here in North Carolina. And this due diligence thing really is a tough thing for me to grasp. If you put a huge due diligence amount of money down, why would a seller be motivated to do anything for you? You're almost like cutting your nose off doing that.
You know,
Just like you just
even
said.
even if you put $1 down, the seller doesn't, you know, so the due diligence doesn't affect. And we'll talk about this when we look at our contract in the next unit. But the whole point of the due diligence, the buyer's paying the seller for the right to terminate. They're not paying for the seller to take their home off the market and not allow any more showings. They're not paying for the seller to agree to do this or anything else. The buyer's paying the seller for the right to terminate. And if the buyer terminates during due diligence, they've exercised their right. That's what the seller can't go after them. That's what they've paid for. And it's completely negotiable.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever do that again.
What's that?
Because my agent didn't explain it to me very well. And I lost tens of thousands of dollars on a due diligence.
This was, you know, actually there's an article from the commission. I'll pull it up for us to, or get it to you guys tomorrow or whatever. But it's specifically addressing this, that the amount of due diligence doesn't change the fact of the purpose of it. And a lot of buyers have been complaining the last couple of years because they're putting down, like you said, huge amount. I mean, I'm hearing 50,000, 75,000. And then the seller's saying, nope, I'm not fixing it. And the buyers are outraged, and come to find out it's because the agent didn't do a good job of explaining it. And I'm sorry, you guys, but that comes back to me and you. That's our job, is to make sure that the buyer understands why they're putting down, may it be $1 or may it be $50,000. That's our job. And I think everything about the article that the commission puts out is absolutely accurate. And I think they pointed the finger at the right place that time. They don't understand. Buyers don't understand. That's why they have us. And we need to be explaining this, especially if we're getting into due diligence fees with commas. Right now we're getting into, like I said, we're running into 5-digit fees. I mean, it was absurd, some of the numbers we were hearing, but none of that changed the fact of what it was for. None of it changed the fact of that purpose.
I agree.
I do. And I know I got a lot of agents out there right now that aren't happy with me, but that comes back on us. We need to point those 3 fingers back at you, right? How's that work? I got 1 at you and I got 3 pointed back at me. That's exactly where that is. So, you know, things got in such a hurry, and agents are saying, well, I didn't have time. Make the time to explain it to them. I know things were moving quickly. That doesn't change anything. Still take that time. Yeah, I'll try to pull that article. Julie, make a note because I won't remember. I'll take a look at that tomorrow. I'll get to you guys tomorrow. So if the seller agrees to do repairs, y'all heard me say if, right? If the seller agrees to do any repairs, we have to have those repairs agreed on in writing and signed by buyer and seller while we are still in due diligence. We got to have the agreement, particularly of the seller. When we get this agreement, I got a form for this that we'll look at. When we get this agreement from the seller to do any repairs, this is pretty much an amendment. What did we say yesterday an amendment was? What does an amendment do?
It changes the contract.
It changes the contract. So the contract says, and I quote, "This property is being sold in its current condition." If the seller agrees to do anything, change a light bulb, then we have amended the contract and we got to agree on what it is that the seller has agreed to do. Once we get this in writing and signed, the seller is now contractually obligated to do those repairs. So we got to get that agreement. Again, the buyer's taking everything into consideration while we're still in due diligence. We got to get those agreements in writing by the end of due diligence. However, the repairs themselves don't have to be complete until prior to settlement. Does that make sense? So the seller says, yeah, I'll fix this, this, and this. Great, sign here. And now we're out of due diligence. But again, they're now contractually obligated to do those repairs. There's usually a period of time between due diligence and settlement that the seller may have time to get their guy in to fix or repair, do whatever. We could also make other arrangements. Remember what I say, anything's negotiable. So we might agree to do some seller paid closing costs in lieu of repairs, or reduce the purchase price in lieu of repairs. We might be able to work something out otherwise. What I want you guys to get from this slide is we got to get the repairs in writing and signed while we're still in due diligence. That's what binds the seller to make those repairs. And that's what allows the buyer to know, okay, this is wrong, but the seller's going to fix it. So I'm choosing to move forward. Personally, and this is just my opinion, you know what they say about that, I find it in very poor taste to send the repair request the day of due diligence. If you send me a repair request at 4:30, I don't know a faster way for my sellers to say no, because they don't have time to think about it. They don't have time to have their electrician come out or their contractor or whatever to get a second opinion. So my suggestion is to try to get these inspections in, to get that repair request in time for everybody to think about it and consider it. There was a time a couple years ago, prior to this crazy seller's market that we were in right now, and I heard of agents sending, the buyer's agent was sending the listing agent an email with 2 attachments. One was the repair request and the other one was the termination. And the buyer's agent was pretty much saying, tell your seller, pick one or the other. Sometimes that backfired in their face. That's kind of a risky game to play right there. Kind of. We hadn't heard about that happening lately, which I'm good, because that just seems a little, but give the seller time to consider it if they're going to. And understanding we don't have to have the repairs complete until prior to settlement. Again, some more forms. We'll probably start class tomorrow looking at some forms. Yay. And some more math. We talked about the covenants a few minutes ago. Again, help your buyer get hands on these things, get their hands on these things. You know, all covenants are different. They all have different restrictions. Maybe some areas you can't park the RV in the driveway. Maybe some places tell you how high the grass in your front yard can be. Maybe they tell you here's 3 shades you can paint your front door, right? They're all just a little bit different. So we need to make sure our buyer sees those restrictions and make sure they're good with them. Please don't look at what the neighbors are doing to determine that it's okay. So in other words, you're showing property, you're out back, and your buyer says, I was thinking about putting a fence up and I didn't know if it was okay, but I see that guy over there has a fence. So I know I'm okay. I know it'll allow me to. Guys, the only thing you know by looking at a fence is that somebody put a fence there. You don't know if it's encroaching. You don't know if it's allowed by the HOA. You don't know if that neighbor is currently in the throes of a legal battle with the HOA to get that fence taken down, or is getting fined every day that fence is up. So don't rely on what the Joneses are doing. If they want a shed, make sure the covenants allow a shed. If they want a fence, have these conversations. And I can't interpret. I'm a fact finder. I help my buyers gather the facts for them to make the decisions. And I can't interpret these for them. If they have a lot of questions, I either need to recommend that they get with their attorney or that they get with the HOA. Go to the property manager or the HOA if it's like a homeowners that are managing, you know, they'll take turns being president, vice president. Have them get with somebody that can help them interpret. It is not my job to sit there and tell them what this means. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of stepping over the line. I'm helping them get it, but I'm not interpreting it for them. Zoning, particularly if your buyer tells you of a particular, of a certain use, maybe they share with you that they want a garage so they can convert the garage to a hair salon, Or maybe they tell you they want to open up a home daycare. Those are the little red flags that we really need to pay attention to. Need to make sure, help them determine that their end use will be allowed via zoning. Single family, areas zoned for single family homes. How many families are allowed to live there? Single family, how many families? Just one. Multifamily means you could have more than one. So you have buyers looking at property and there's a detached garage with an apartment over it. And you hear your buyer say, I'm going to rent that out to a college student. How many families are you going to have living on that property now? Not just one. Now you got two. We need to pay attention. We have got to listen because they don't know about zoning. When we hear them having these conversations, that's when our little red flag goes up that says, well, let's make sure zoning will allow that. Can we let the teenager move out to the apartment over the garage? Yeah, because that's still all the same family. You guys see what I'm saying? That's the kind of thing that this is why we ask so many questions. And this is why we actually listen to the answers and the responses so we can make sure their end use is allowed. Roads, whether or not they're public or private. When we talk about public or private, I'm not talking about whether or not you can drive on it or not. I'm talking about who maintains it. Public roads are maintained by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Private roads are maintained by the people that live there. If it's a private road, we need to get information like, is it part of the HOA? Will they do a special assessment, right? Every time you get a pothole, how are we going to get that fixed? That information's out there, but we need to help them get it. And then schools, school board assignments. These get tricky, don't they? I don't see schools advertised much in MLS anymore. I mean, occasionally you do, but for the most part, I see buyer to confirm. If your buyer wants to be in a certain school district, when it comes to this, I'm a fan of being the source of the source and not the source. So if they want to be in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, then get them to Winston-Salem, Forsyth County School Board's website and let them kind of do that inspection or investigation, let them get the information that they're looking for. Let me say one more thing about roads. Go back for just a second. If there's any proposed construction, if we know we're going to have a road widening project, or they're going to build a new road nearby, or they're going to put in a median or something, we need to make sure you can go to NCDOT, help your buyer research, get that information. Do I have any Kernersville people? K Vegas, Hermanda, you probably feel our pain talking about that dang belt loop. How long have they been talking about that thing? I mean, I got to the Triad 22 years ago and they were talking about that thing. We just now drove on the first leg of it, didn't we? So, I mean, it's very exciting, but that road coming, that bypass has been the anticipation in Kernersville for how many years? And now we're finally seeing it happen. But guys, they just don't wake up one day and say, I'm going to build a road. You know, it takes planning and developing. And is it in the master plan? I mean, it's a process. It's a process. And DOT is going to have that information. So let's talk about kind of the attorney's responsibilities during our due diligence. And one of the big things that the attorney is going to do for their buyer client is a title search. The attorney is going to do a very thorough search on the title, look for anything that could negatively impact it. Is there something that could affect the legal marketability where we can't transfer clear marketable title? Are there outstanding issues? Are there, I mean, name it. If they do a thorough search through the public records to make sure that they're giving their buyer client clean marketable title at the end of the transaction. So some things that the attorney can identify on the title search. Of course, we're looking for good record of title. If there's any recorded encumbrances, any deeds, deeds of trusts, any judgments, liens, easements, title defects. North Carolina, we have something called the Machinery Act. And is that the word I want? I think the Machinery Act. And basically what that says is that if the attorney can do a title search and they can go back 30 years and not find an issue, then the attorney can call it marketable. If they find an issue, they may choose to go back further. But as a general rule of thumb, if we can go back 30 years, and what they're looking for, give me a second to make sure I say this right at 10:06 at night. What they're looking for is that the grantor on this deed matches the grantee on the previous deed. And that the grantor on the previous deed matches the grantee on the deed before that. They're looking for those links. They're making sure that everything conveyed. They're making sure that everybody lines up and there's no like long lost, second uncle out there somewhere or whatever. They're making sure that those conveyances link, and any kinks in that chain, they're going to dig further. They're going to dig deeper.
I have a question, Julie.
Yeah.
Mineral rights. Now, this is something in North Carolina that I don't have here in Virginia. But I just ran into it in Virginia, where we're doing a huge development, and somebody had sold the mineral rights years and years back. Of course, I don't know anything about this. How does that affect anyone here in North Carolina if somebody has sold those rights already?
So we have a MOG, we have a mineral and oil and gas right disclosure. So if it's been sold and the seller discloses that it's been sold, the recommendation is that we get that buyer to an attorney, because severing those rights and knowing, the legalities behind it is well beyond our scope. So when the seller discloses, yes, these rights have been severed, or I intend to sever them before we sell, then we need to make sure our buyer talks to an attorney so that they know what their rights to the land will be. Interesting that you encountered that in Virginia. Was it?
Never, ever until just last week have I ever encountered that.
Interesting.
Very bizarre.
Interesting. I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard the reason that we got that MOG, it was the result of a lawsuit back in Texas. And a developer bought a whole bunch of land, subdivided, built houses, and then sold each home. Before they did that, though, they severed the subsurface rights. So they're selling all these lots and they never disclosed. They were just selling them. So one day, dude's out back digging in his yard, and lo and behold, discovers oil. This is Texas, right? Discovers the oil. And the homeowner's like, sweet. And the builder went, that's my oil. And this huge lawsuit came to be. So now we all have a form that we have to do, where the sellers have to disclose whether or not they have or they intend to.
Gotcha. Good information. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't, that's the word on the street. I don't know how true it is, but it's a good story that hits home, right? Like why we do what we do. So
right.
Yeah, that MOG, we just got that in like 2015, something like that. The MOG's not too terribly old. But yeah, if something comes up, if the seller discloses, then we need to get them to an attorney, the buyer to an attorney.
Is there an attorney around you is that somebody maybe you could refer me to get a few questions?
I got some closing attorneys. I don't know if they would specialize in that or not, but yeah, I got some closing attorneys. They know other people, right?
Yeah.
So I'm happy to get some.
I know everybody wants to go to bed. I don't want to take up time, but yeah, if you have something like that.
shoot me a message, and I'll send you and you can reach out, and it'd be a great place to start. If they don't know, I'm sure they know somebody that does.
Right. Thanks, Julie.
Of course. So the attorney's doing this title search. They're looking at everything. If they find something, the attorney's going to get with the seller prior to settlement to clear this up. Remember, the buyer is the attorney's client, and it's in their client's best interest that we get clear marketable title. So when if the attorney finds something on the title they are going to get with the seller. Maybe it's that the seller owes money, maybe that they're going to pay something off, and then we're going to release that lien before we record the buyer's new deed. Maybe it's something more than money, that the attorney and the seller will go stand in front of a judge and say, take care of this for us. Whatever they find, though, they're definitely going to work with the seller to get that cleared up. And then, as we mentioned again, we want to make sure that any repairs that the seller does to get ready for listing or as part of the repair request, you know, make sure they're paid so our new buyer doesn't get stuck with a mechanic's lien after closing. When I'm submitting my repair request, I always request to see invoices paid in full. And that's the best way I know to protect my buyer, to make sure that not only did they do the repair, but that also that it's been paid so my buyer doesn't get stuck with the bill. And I think another good reason to see that invoice paid in full is now we know who did the work. So if a buyer has an issue after closing, they know who to call. You know, you just came out and fixed this and it wasn't done right. So I think that kind of serves a couple purposes there. But bottom line, again, we don't want the buyer to be stuck, unbeknownst to them, with a lien on their property right after they buy. Now, you know, fast forward 10 years and they go to sell and there's a mechanic's lien on the property. Any questions or comments? You guys are troopers. We got to do this one more night this week. So tomorrow, we'll wrap up 14, getting through, you know, we're on our way to closing, working through due diligence, on our way to closing. There is, like I said, I want to talk about prorating rent, and I want to look at interest when the buyer assumes the seller's loan. So a little bit more math to discuss. And then we'll get into 11. We very well may probably will get into 11 tomorrow, and the star of 11 is our offer to purchase and contract. So standard 2T is where we're heading. So that's kind of our agenda for tomorrow and getting us into next week. Again, you guys, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I probably won't get back to you tonight, but reach out to me and I'll get back to you in the morning. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a great day tomorrow, and we'll do it again tomorrow night at 5:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.